RST Council Administration. Pagkakasya ka pwede makilala ulit ka pagkakasya. Tapos pagkakasya ho itong kiti RST pagkakasya. Ang pwede di pagkakasya le. Unsila pagkakasya kaya ukomanib na. Tapos siya kaya beas pagkakasya. Eno kiti di sa pagkakasya tani. Shooting Disney little young people now tiny shooting Disney heads and ultimate Kogashila. What Yata Chihuahua item goes down no Hina Shibankas Kogashila. O Hedget Kawoke Yachak Yayet Kogashila. O Hedge Mitapriasi.
Tomorrow I'll be gone for the day.
Okay. Me as well. Tomorrow I'll be gone and then do that.
Sure, tomorrow. Meeting was yours?
I have to go tomorrow.
Three?
No, tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay. I'm gonna be gone tomorrow too, so, we'll be running the meeting tomorrow, get a form, so. Micah?
I'll be gone tomorrow.
So let's get done today. We'll go till midnight. Kathy, go ahead.
Good morning. Scott, I need to be excused at 3:30 today.
Okay. 3 o'clock. Okay. We need a motion to approve the excuses. Ray, second by Martha, question by Bill. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, we have the agenda. It's regular agenda. Is there anything else that needs to be some on our time? Martha?
Good morning, Council Administration. I think we need to ask Steve to come down and give us an update on what's going on. We're getting a lot of Facebook drama or whatever they call it, calling council reps down and, it's kind of getting out of hand. So we need to probably call Steve down and get us an update on what's going on from the first one to what they're doing up at Sunrise. But
Okay.
I just want to put that in as a request because
Okay.
all the words that are going
Get down there. I seen the discussion on group messaging last night, and so I did have a state of emergency for public safety to present to you guys today. So I know some of you guys are planning on using that, go to TVAC and stuff. But I think it's time that we actually do something ourselves in Rosebud. I think we put it off for a while because we're just kind of seeing what they were going to do with Pine Ridge and their lawsuit as far as suing for public safety issues. But I'll bring that on during my report, okay? And we'll approve that. Let you guys look at it and approve it. So, Sheriff?
Thank you, Tantra. Good morning, Council. Could we deal with all the resolutions
Sure.
first today, and then, or start from the bottom and go backwards, whatever needs to be done, just so we can have those lengthy discussions without worrying about not getting business done since we won't have another
Okay, so
council
how do you want to do this? We usually start out with the constitutional officers, but we've been doing BIA first, and I don't think Jolene's down there today, so she might not be here. But if you want to hear the reports and just go down the line and do resolutions, I have a few resolutions I need to present as far as my report, and I'll just do those if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, can we just do resolutions
Okay.
first, all of them from all the committees?
Okay, so you want to hold off on BIA report and just go down? Okay, all right, we can do that. Michelle?
I thought that we're gonna be adding treaty on as well, because we
I don't know why that hasn't been added. You had it?
We didn't
Okay.
get to that, but we didn't get to that government with theirs.
You didn't get to the government?
So we just have to add them every time, because we need to amend this agenda since it's an ordinance. So it'd have to, go through committee, and then we'll have to approve the changes here with 16.
Okay.
Oh, on your, report, are you gonna address the letter from Governor Noel?
Yeah, I'll hand that out too,
Okay,
okay?
thank you.
All right. Okay, we need a motion to approve the agenda. Chair, Wayne, and Bill. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. So we'll go right to the constitutional officers' reports. I will, like I said last night, that I had a resolution here for state of emergency for public safety, and I'll pass that out. I've had it for a while. I'm just now getting it to you guys, so. Yeah, Sheriff, when we usually do that in the past, when I was on council, they'd make a motion just to do resolutions and motions. That's what they would do. So,
Okay.
just for your information.
Okay.
And Ray was really ready today.
I can wait.
So some of this information on here was drafted by Mark Van Norman, and he put a lot of statistics in there as far as what we need as far as law enforcement and even court systems, and basically the underfunding of our police department and those kind of issues. But some of this information I used when we had the meeting with Senator Rounds, and so some of that information I talked to him about was the amount of money that it's going to take to be able to have good law enforcement here, and to update and get enough people to be able to work for our law enforcement to take care of our needs. So if I can get somebody to bring this on as emergency legislation.
I'll wait for you, sir.
The sheriff? I don't know what the number is.
73. Oh.
73.
Motion for emergency legislation.
Need a second? Wayne, question by Micah. All in favor? Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion to approve resolution number,
73.
okay, 73, 2473.
Need a second? Bill? Okay.
Where shall I start? It's pretty long, and I have a monotone voice, so. Therefore be it resolved, just kidding. Where do you think I should start at? The whole thing? Kind of recovered? All right. So, resolution declaring a state of emergency on public safety, murder, and illegal drugs, and calling on President Biden and Congress to undertake an emergency Indian country crime fighting initiative. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe is a federally recognized Indian tribe organized pursuant of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934 and pertinent amendments thereof, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe is governed by a tribal council made up of its elected representatives who act in accordance with the powers granted to it by its constitution and bylaws. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is authorized to promulgate and enforce ordinances for the maintenance of law and order and to safeguard the peace and morals and general welfare of the tribe pursuant to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Constitution and bylaws, Article 4, Section 1K and N. And whereas in the Great Plains region, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Nebraska, we are facing a public safety and public health emergency resulting from drug trafficking, violent crime, and lack of adequate protection of our communities, resulting in a severe increase in violent crimes, drug-related crime, and drug distribution-related violent crimes. The highest level of fatal opioid drug overdoses, methamphetamines-related crimes, at 3 times the national average, and drastic increases in presence of hard drugs including fentanyl and heroin. Homicide rates per population at the highest levels in America, the highest levels of suicide, and severe increases in aggravated assaults, sexual assaults, and firearm-related incidents. And whereas among the Rosebud Sioux tribe and the Great Plains region, 95% of our violent crime in Indian country is drug and alcohol related. Our native people are victimized by the drug trafficking brought in from outside our communities, causing substance abuse disorders that severely impact our families and children. Drug traffickers and cartels have executed young people who get caught up with drugs. We also have suffered human trafficking and murdered and missing indigenous persons at the highest levels in America. And whereas in the Great Plains region, America pledged in treaties to assist native sovereign nations to punish bad men who commit crimes against our nations and to provide an Indian agent who must live among the people and take complaints, investigate wrongs committed against the people, and arrest wrongdoers, particularly under Articles 1 and 5 of the 1868 Fort Laramie Treaty and additional treaties. Page 2.
Whereas the Federal Criminal Responsibilities in Indian Country, General Crimes Act, and Indian Major Crimes Act, the U.S. Department of Justice explains that these 2 main federal statutes governing federal criminal jurisdiction in Indian country are the General Crimes Act 18 U.S.C. subsection 1152 and the Major Crimes Act 18 U.S.C. subsection 1153. Section 1153 gives the federal government jurisdiction to prosecute certain enumerated offenses such as murder, manslaughter, sexual abuse, aggravated assault, and child sexual abuse when committed by Indians in Indian country. Section 1152 gives the federal government exclusive jurisdiction to prosecute most crimes committed by non-Indians against Indian victims in Indian country. Section 1152 also grants the federal government jurisdiction to prosecute crimes by Indians against non-Indians, although that jurisdiction is shared with tribes, and provides that the federal government may not prosecute an Indian who has been punished by the tribe for that offense. Whereas the Secretary of the Interior has entered into Public Law 93-638 contracts with Great Plains region tribes to provide public safety, law enforcement, justice and detention services on our populous, large land-based reservations. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe and neighboring Great Plains Indian nations and tribes are suffering a wave of violent crime, drug trafficking, and drug-related violent crime, and American Indians are victimized by violent crime at a rate 5 times that of the general American population. Whereas murders, drug executions, home invasions, public shootings, assassinations of neighborhood watch, kidnappings, rapes, domestic violence, drug-related child abuse, and neglect have increased to truly epidemic levels of violent crime, so that our Great Plains reservations are as violent or more violent than America's most violent cities. And whereas the tribal government police forces in the BIA Great Plains region are down by as much as 75% of their police officers since 2000, while our tribal populations have doubled and violent crime has tripled, so immediate action is required. Now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux tribe declares a state of emergency concerning Indian country public safety, drug trafficking, violent crime, rape, and murder, and calls upon President Biden and Congress to declare a national emergency on Indian country crime. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe calls upon Congress and the President to undertake a national public safety and justice initiative to fight Indian country crime, which must include the following at a minimum: 1.2 billion for BIA Office of Justice Services and tribal police officers, 250 million for DOJ COPS program provided as non-competitive contracts under Public Law 638, 10% set aside for tribal governments of OJP funding, 10% set aside for tribal governments of crime victim funds, 150 million for FBI agents and assistant U.S. attorneys for Indian country under federal jurisdiction, 150 million to redress murdered and missing Indian persons, 300 million for BIA detention and public safety construction program, 400 million for tribal courts, tribal prosecutors, and probation officers and diversion programs, 300 million for IHS drug and alcohol treatment and rehabilitation, and Public Law 638 and Public Law 102477 Master Contract and Grant Administration Authority for Interior, Justice, HUD, Homeland Security, and HHS. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe calls upon Congress and the President to establish an Indian Country Crime Fighting Commission co-chaired by the Attorney General, Secretary of the Interior, and the elected tribal government leader, with its membership composed of elected tribal leaders and staffed by DOJ, FBI, DEA, U.S. Marshals, OJP, ASIA, OJS, and tribal law enforcement and tribal courts. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe calls upon Congress and the President to restore and revitalize the original authority of native sovereign nations to provide complete and comprehensive law enforcement in the Indian country.
I have a
Good
question.
morning, council. Mr. President, I would like to make a motion to table this until our meeting on the 13th. I agree it's needed, the funding's needed, and it is an important topic. However, I'd like to take it back to my community and discuss it with them, because right now, a lot of us know that our communities are really in an uproar over the motions that were passed last week involving law enforcement, and I just know, from what I've been hearing back, you know, there's a lot of people that want to know what we're doing and not find out about it the last minute. So I know that it's needed. If it's not imperative that it's done today, I would like to table it until the 13th, be able to, for myself and anyone else that has to respond to their communities, take it back to their communities and review it, and then bring it back.
Yeah, we're not gonna have a council meeting next week. We moved it up to this week because we're gonna be on, a lot of you guys are gonna be on travel next week.
Well, to the
so-
next meeting then.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I'm not seconding her motion, I just have a
Well, there's
question.
motion to
If she
table,
doesn't-
is she gonna get a second? Motion, second by Lila. Need to get a question. Question just ends the debate, we can still vote on it, so if we don't get a question, Ben? All in favor to table?
1, 2, 3, 4, 4.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Not voting,
1.
motion defeated.
With that, Scott, then I would like to ask for a roll call
I had
vote.
the floor,
Okay.
I think.
We can do that.
Okay.
Go ahead, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
And I have Emily.
In the request for the 300 million for IHS drug and alcohol treatment and rehabilitation, can we amend that so it doesn't just say 300 million for IHS, but for the tribes? Because
Do that.
I don't want it to go to IHS and have our rehab in their hands.
That's on 300 million for
The last page.
Yeah,
last page.
second to the last bullet.
For tribes.
Yeah,
For Rosebud-
either IHS
for-
and tribes or just tribes, whatever the council
In
wants.
addition to, I think, probably, right?
Yeah,
Great Plains tribes?
yeah.
Okay. 300 million for Great Plains. Tribes?
For health, you put for healthcare, and utilization.
Okay. Get it.
Put it right here.
Yeah. Tribes, I think, so. Great Plains Trust.
Yeah, great.
Okay, we have, as amended, Emily, go ahead. Then we have Lila.
Thank you. I just have two quick things. The first thing is in kind of relation to Kathy's previous motion here about tabling. The reason why I didn't vote for that was because I wanted to have some conversation here and discussion here at council level, so that if we do decide to table it and take it and allow some time to take it back to community, that we have a little bit more detail and a little bit more discussion had here about what actual decisions were going to be made. So I just want to say I wasn't in favor of not tabling it. I just wanted a little time to have discussion, because I actually am in favor of taking it back to our communities first. And then my question is kind of in relation to what Sherry was saying about why all of that one pot would go to IHS. I think my question is to expand a little bit, like why in general we're not naming that even in some of the whereases, that some of our, actually all of our, I think that we've listed issues are having to do with, trauma, having to do with behavioral health and, not having access to help and therapy and counseling and that kind of stuff. And so I think it should be more than just one of the bullets. I think it should actually be mentioned as either a cause of some of these issues and the crime and things that are happening, because I also think that we can not only arrest and law enforcement our way out of it. We've had discussions about this. Our own PD has said that. So I think in an effort to expand that funding to really treat the whole issue, we're going to have to look at beyond just law enforcement. And so I think if we can be just upfront and honest about how that is, I think that could open the doors for future funding to expand for not only IHS and mental health, but how can we have a facility that addresses the law enforcement and the kind of therapy and mental health part of it. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Lila, and then Cher.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Council. I also myself, I'm not against this at all, but I think we need to involve our people, and there's a lot of people out there who aren't on the computer. They're not on Facebook, and those are the people that I come across and I get in contact with. And when we're going to do something this important, we need our PR people to put it out there. I know it's on TV, but a request that I had was to get this stuff on the radio as well. So that's what I'm looking at. And on here, Mr. Chairman, on the second to the last, be it further resolved, where it says that they want to establish a country crime fighting commission. I want to make sure and see that we have more than one seat at that table. Due to the fact that, it's always hard for us to get our voice in there when there's just one seat. So maybe if we could ask for, 2 or however that works, but I want to make sure that we have a strong voice, and maybe whoever's, it says an elected tribal government leader along with the president. And, it's always been really tough for us to be heard, and I think that's a factor in everything, because we don't have more than that one voice. And I know sometimes they don't allow that, but we could at least try.
So can we just change that to tribal government leaders instead
Yes.
of just leaders? So
Yes.
you want to do that?
Yeah,
Okay.
that would be great. Thank you.
Sheriff, go ahead.
Thank you, Itancha. I guess I feel an urgency to pass this today because TBEC's at the end of the month, or the third week in this month, and that's before our council meeting. And I'd just like to make sure that our TBEC rep, Lisa Whitepipe, Councilwoman Whitepipe, has this with her whenever we talk about setting priorities for that. And for those of you that don't know, TBEC is where the tribes come together and set our priorities for funding when it comes to all the 638 funding that we get. So I feel like if we could pass it today and then maybe still take it back to our communities and bring it back to reconsider and amend if there are changes. But I just wanted to ask that of the council. Thank you.
Is there any more discussion? Ben?
Mr. Chairman, just like this quick, yeah, I was in favor to take it back to the community. Yeah, it is needed. I do believe it's needed because, again, we have a lot of violent crimes and stuff out there from what we've been hearing in the past couple of weeks here. But, you know, I guess from last year, you know, knowing that, you know, there was something that was happening that we weren't aware of as far as community people, you know, because of the uproar in the community and, of course, on social media. So, again, this is happening again right now. So I am in favor of putting it out to the community so they're aware of what's going on. I mean, we're not just throwing stuff out there.
We're not.
You know, and say, oh, after the fact, this is what's going on. I just want to make sure the public's informed about it. So that's the only reason I'm kind of making sure that we put it out there. So our public relations person is needed for sure. And also for us as representatives, we make sure that other people know about it. Again, they don't know what it is, they're not going to be supportive of it. But, you know, as long as we educate them more about what we're trying to do to help not only the
Even if
community,
we
but
reconsider it, they're still gonna be upset because it didn't go back to the community.
crimes or criminals out the reservation. So that's the reason why I'm making sure the voices are heard about it. So, but that's my concern.
Thank you, Ben. Emily?
Thank you. I just had a question on the part in there where it talks kind of specifically about the types of crimes that it's covering. And I know within our community discussion at Parmalee, but also in some of the other, like even at housing, law enforcement was there doing a presentation yesterday, and some of the discussion was about, let me see if I wrote some notes here. The types of crimes, I think that was the most specific thing from our community, and others was like, you can't, you know, it's not open up to all different things, it was specific, but I think it was a couple different discussions. One said there was like 8 or so different crimes, one said there was like upward of 14 or 15 different crimes, and both the resolution of that, the MOU and this resolution lists about, you know, 5 of them and then say, but there are others. So I'm just wondering if we could be a little bit more specific, if there's only 10 or 15 and list all of those that we really are talking about, because I think that's where some of the hesitancy came in the discussions that we were having, is there was a little bit of, what are you guys really talking about in the other type of crimes, I guess. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Emily?
Sorry, I forgot one question. On one of the whereases, it talks about set aside funds, or like setting aside parts of funds. And I'm just curious as to if we have a plan into where those are going to be used for. Because I think some of the things that I mentioned earlier about using this as an opportunity to expand beyond just the law enforcement, but treat the true issue, which has to do with, like I said, you know, nation building and community building and behavioral health, and you know, there's lots of different options that we could, there's suicide prevention, there's family and cultural, you know, there's a lot of expansion there. So I'm just wondering if we had a plan for that, and if we could be more specific in why we're requesting those funds. Thank you.
I think we probably need to have more discussion on it, but this is a start. I mean, I think it's very well written. I think it is, and if we keep adding to it, it's going to be a book. But let's vote on it. I'll call for the question. Micah, you have a comment?
Just a suggestion for amendment for the last, be it further resolved. I would add in, that those two Congress and the President restore the original authority of Native sovereign nations to provide complete and comprehensive law enforcement, in addition to services and resources to address the multi-generational trauma caused by the federal government.
Good. Okay. Can you give that so she can get it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, as amended? Is that okay, Sheriff?
Yeah.
Okay.
What did she say?
Wayne, question? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3, 3.
Not voting?
0.
Motion. What was it? 9-3 what? 9-3?
Not voting.
Not voting?
1, 2, 3.
But it should be 16 here, so 9, 3, 15. Well, Chris came in. Chris came in. 934. 934. Okay. Motion carried. Okay, the next resolution I have is, it came from a meeting that we had in Rapid City over the land over by Sioux. And I know I brought it up before. There was some land that was conveyed to the city of Rapid City for purposes of municipality purposes. And so since then, what, Kathy?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Scott, but I asked for that to be a roll call vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, we can go back and do that. We can do that. So let's reconsider that motion and do a roll call vote, okay? Yep.
Jordan Ron. Christopher Eaglebear.
No.
Lisa Whitepipe. Howie Wright.
Yes.
Stanley Woodenite.
No.
Michelle Halliburton Bear.
Yes.
Michael Lenderman.
Yes.
Fremont Collins. Charles DeBrey.
Yes.
Bill Marshall. Bill Marshall.
Yes.
Wade Frederick.
Yes.
Emily Boyd Delandra.
Can I say no vote or not voting?
Abstain.
Abstain.
Martha Bluetender.
Yes.
Sherry Ray Plank.
Yes.
Kathleen Woodenite.
No.
Lila Kilzensight.
No.
Raymond Corrigal.
Yes.
Yara Idet. Ben Blackbear.
Nope.
Dwight Spudge.
No.
No.
He said no. He said
9. 9 yes. 6 no. 1 abstain. And 3 absent.
okay, motion carried. Let's go on to the next resolution. Wayne, Eric, and I, we all went down to a meeting. We had a call from Weezy Little Elk. He was calling from DC, and the issue of the land in Rapid City was coming up at their office. So Brian Newland directed him to contact Rosebud tribe and talk about the Sioux, the land up there, that the old boarding school land, I guess. A lot of that was conveyed to the city of Rapid City for municipality purposes. And since then, they did that. There's been a lot of changes, a lot of giving away of land, reverted back to, basically they want to revert that land back to the tribes, the ones that are not, that haven't been using it for the original purposes. So there's quite a bit of land. There's like 1,200 acres that was conveyed, and there's probably there's a lot of the land that's not been used for the purpose that it was given for. So what we did is we asked the Bureau of Indian Affairs to come down, Greg Borland, and he gave us a history on the boarding school land and what that means for the tribes as far as Cheyenne River, Pine Ridge, and Rosebud. And there's a lot of other entities or other organizations that are interested in being a part of that, getting that land back and being able to recommend on what it should be used for. But it's going to become an issue as far as getting that reverted back to the tribes. So we met down there last week, and we talked with the other tribes. We had Ryman LeBeau, Chairman LeBeau, and President Frank Stark comes out. We all agreed that we should be the contact people. All three of the tribes should be the contact people rather than having some other entity or other organization trying to tell us what to do with it. So what we did from that meeting, we had Eric draft a resolution basically asking for this land to have a land audit and to be able to tell us what land's available and what land's going to be reverted back to the tribes or to the government and basically taken into trust for the tribes. But there's a lot of occupied land that's going to be reverted back. So it's going to become an issue on what we're going to do with the people that occupy the land. And so what I did today is I have a resolution basically asking for a land audit and basically asking for the Department of Interior to only contact people would be the 3 tribes, and they would basically make the decision making on whatever land is reverted back. So I got that today. I don't know if Wayne wants to add anything to that.
Well, that's basically it. But the reason why they're talking about the 3 tribes is a precedent set earlier, the last year of the
Tina.
administration, was 117 acres of excess Sioux land that was converted back to BIA. The BIA then in turn put it in title Rosebud, Shine River. So that's already in place. That's so we have a precedent set. So that's why they're asking for the 3 tribes to assume that same role as the last. I think there's still a lot of questions to be answered out there, which was a very apparent after we had our meeting with the BIA last week. But that's why we asked for this.
This was started when Weezy Little Out called us and said, hey, what do the tribes want to do with this? We're getting calls from other entities or other organizations saying that they want to be a part of the decision of when it was reverted back to the tribes. They want to make suggestions on what we're supposed to do with it. So it became an issue, and I think that the only ones that should be making that decision is the 3 tribes. So we agreed to do that. We agreed to come together and all send a resolution to the Department of Interior, and actually we were all gonna be able to meet as needed as far as to address this land issue. If I can get somebody to bring this on as emergency legislation. Wayne? 74. Need a second. Emily, question by Lila. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion to approve. Wayne?
Move to approve.
Need a second? Chris? Go ahead, Wayne, you want to read it?
I'll start at the 5th whereas. The Act of Congress approved May 20th, 1948, Congress declared that the Secretary of Interior is authorized in his discretion to convey without compensation any lands contained in the Sioux Sanitarium Farm at Rapid City, South Dakota, not necessary for the administration and operation of the Sioux Indian Sanitarium, to the City of Rapid City for municipal purposes, or to any public school district for educational purposes, or to the state of South Dakota for the use of the South Dakota National Guard, provided that the title to any land so conveyed shall revert to the United States of America when the land is no longer used for the purposes for which such lands were initially conveyed. The Secretary may also in his discretion convey to any church organization for religious purposes, upon receipt of reasonable value of such land, any of the such lands not conveyed for any purpose above named. And whereas pursuant to the Act of 1948, the Department of Interior transferred 1,200 acres to the City of Rapid City Area School District, State of South Dakota National Guard, subject to the reversion clause, declaring that the land declared pursuant to 1948 would revert to the United States Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, when the land is no longer used for any of the purposes for which the land was initially conveyed. Whereas the Secretary of Interior conveyed lands to various churches and such lands so conveyed were later resold by the churches and are no longer used for religious purposes. Whereas the Fort Laramie Treaty of April 29, 1868, Statute 635, Article 12, provides no treaty for the cession of any portion or part of the reservation herein described which shall be held in common, shall be of any validity or force against the Indians unless executed and signed by at least 3/4 of all adult male Indians occupying or interested in the same. And no secession by the tribe shall be understood or construed in such manner as to deprive without his consent any individual member of the tribe of his rights in any tract of land selected by him as provided in Article 6 of this treaty. And whereas the conveyance of lands by the Secretary of Interior was done without the consultation or consent of the constituent tribes of the Great Sioux Nation, including the Rosebud Sioux tribe, in violation of the 51 and 68 treaties of Fort Laramie. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux tribe requests the United States Department of Interior, White House Council on Native American Affairs consult with the Rosebud Sioux tribe and the Great Sioux Nation tribes, including the Ogallala Sioux tribe, Cheyenne River Sioux tribe, on protecting the sovereignty and tribal self-government, honor treaty rights, and other rights and responsibilities that arise from the unique legal relationship between the federal government and Indian tribal governments, consist with Executive Order 13175 concerning the lands and property interests conveyed under the Act of May 20th, 1948. Be it also resolved that the Rosebud Sioux tribe also requests a full and complete land audit of the 1,200 acres conveyed by the Secretary of Interior as authorized on the Act of 1948, subject to the reversion when no longer used for the purposes authorized by the Act. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux tribe requests and demands that the Department of Interior revert all lands and property interests held or possessed in violation to the Act of 1948, and all lands and parcels so reverted be replaced into trust under the Rosebud Sioux tribe, Cheyenne River Sioux tribe, and Ogallala Sioux tribe. Be it finally resolved that the Department of Interior, in accordance with its role and legal responsibility as trustee, set a meeting up with Rosebud Sioux tribe and other interested tribes immediately or as soon as practical to determine the reverted parcels. It looks like we've sent a letter, correct?
Yeah, it's
As
basically
Unified
to
Tribes.
Secretary Holland saying that they would be the people that they would contact would be the three tribes, so, basically, tell them that's what it's gonna be, so. Is there any discussion? Emily?
Thank you. I did have a question. I think that it's, I mean, I agree with the way it's written and everything, but my question is, has there been any, or will there be ongoing planning sessions, I guess, around what we intend to do as a group of tribes with the land? I was just asking because I think like, it's great to have all this, but I think it would be even better to say that we also have a joint idea of what we want to do, and this is our potential plan.
It's coming, Emily, after we ask for the land audit and all the parcels or plots or whatever we want to call them that are identified, then we'll have a process of reverting it back, and then we'll decide we'll come together and decide what we're gonna do with it.
Okay, so that nothing's been decided on that.
Yeah, and that shouldn't be talked about until then, so. Yeah.
And there's a follow-up question on there. One part says 1,200 plus acres and one just says 1,200 acres. Do we know how many acres that is?
There was probably a little around 1,300, 1,395 or something like that, so we just kind of rounded it off like that, so.
So maybe just for consistency, have the plus on both sides.
Okay.
One says 1,200 and one.
All right,
Thank
as
you.
amended.
Is it trust or non-trust?
Question by Sheriff.
I
Do you have a question?
I had a question, real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
So is this identified as trust, is it going to be identified as non-trust land? Or trust land, I mean? Is it identified as trust or non-trust?
It's identified as land that was conveyed for the purposes, and if it's not for the original purposes that it was conveyed to, then it's gonna go, they're gonna identify that, they're gonna take it back and put it back in trust.
Okay.
And right now, there's both.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure because if it's non-trusted, it will be taxable land. And so the 3 tribes will have to decide who's going to be paying that if it's not trust
Okay.
land.
And there's a couple typos in there, so it's as amended, okay? Sheriff, do you have, call for the question?
Yeah.
Okay, question by Sheriff. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. I got another letter that I want to bring to your attention here, so I'm gonna have Tina pass that out. Just to bring for your information, I don't expect to have a whole lot of discussion on it, but it's just you want to become aware of it, that I'm getting these kind of letters in my office, so. And basically, it's addressed to me, but it involves the council itself, so. I did send it to you by email for some of you that, it came from my office, from Kristen, so if you didn't open it up, that's what it is.
Thank you.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Battery's always dying.
So it is what it is. If you guys want to do something with that, then you guys can let me know. I will contact them and we'll try to set something up if that's what you guys want to do. If not, then it's just for your information, so we don't have to have a big, long discussion about it. Okay? All right, next thing I had to report was, Wayne Fredericks and I, we went down to a meeting last week on Saturday, and we were talking about some of the contracts that Pine Ridge has we have shares, and also Cheyenne River has shares to those contracts. So, but there's a women's health clinic, there's a native health part of it, and there's a CHR that's contracted. When we joined the contract with Oyate Healthcare, those contracts didn't come over. Pine Ridge remained in their name as far as contracting those, and they're administering those contracts right now. But there was an issue that we was called down to a meeting over about the Indian, the women's health part of it. Basically, they were saying that this women's health clinic hasn't been active for over a year, and it's causing a lot of problems down as far as the services in Rapid City. Their prenatal part of that hasn't been very active, so the women haven't been able to use that clinic for over a year, and so it's causing a problem as far as their prenatal checkups. They're having to be referred out by Oyate Healthcare because they're also using the Oyate Healthcare services. So we had a discussion down there, and we talked about maybe giving them a little bit more time because they have their chief of staff down there trying to organize and hire those people to provide that service to the women down there as far as the health clinic. But what happened was it comes with a lot of indirect cost money that goes to the tribes, so a lot of the jobs that are in question are going to be, if we choose to go in a different direction as far as taking our shares and moving it over to Oyate Healthcare and letting Oyate Healthcare provide that service for us, it's going to cause a lot of problems as far as people worried about their jobs. It's going to take away a lot of their indirect costs that Pine Ridge gets for administering those programs. So it was a problem, but I kind of wanted Wayne to help me out with this because we had a big, long discussion, and Pine Ridge does not want to give it up, but I also told them we need to do what's in better interest for the people that we serve down there as far as those women, because it can cause some problems. We can be liable for anything that could happen to them because we're not providing that service for them. Something happens as far as their pregnancy or a miscarriage or something like that, that comes into play. So those kind of issues that will come up if we don't address it. Cheyenne River was willing to give them a 6 months period, a kind of a compromise to try to straighten it out and maybe start providing those service like they're supposed to. But I'd kind of, 60 days. 60 days, so we're supposed to go back in 60 days to see what they got going. But I just wanted to report that. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, or anything, Wayne?
Yeah. So what it comes down to is there's a lot of tribal members, whether they're Rosebud and also, I guess, some stuff. So those services were 638'd by the tribes in trust to OST to carry out those CHR, women's health, and a certain portion of mental health. And they've controlled those indirect costs up until now. Now, the director that was in charge of all those services has been removed, and they are currently advertising for another director. But we kind of we came to an agreement that May 4th was the deadline, that we could no longer go any farther, because there's a lot of liabilities that are coming with these women not being afforded health care, and all three tribes kind of sharing the blame, because we're in the middle of a syphilis epidemic. And if men are a lot easier to catch than women, and if women aren't being afforded their clinical checkups and stuff, it leads to a lot of different problems. Then you have pregnancy as another problem, and a lot of liabilities with women not getting the care and all their checkups during their pregnancy. And so Oyate, when they hear them and they take them no matter what, they refer them out to like an agency downtown, whether it's Monument or whatever, clinic for pregnant women. But all of a sudden, after they're only being seen one time, a lot of these clinics are starting to say, unless they're on a full plan with us, we are not going to just see them one time or 2 times during their pregnancy, because it's a liability on our clinic, and the clinic being whatever one they're being referred to. So we need some sort of action, and we decided May 4th because they can't wait any longer than really that, because all of a sudden then the next drawdown will come in and it'll go directly to OST, and we don't necessarily, it'd take like a whole nother year to revert that funding back. So we came up with May 4th, or we can take action today to say, if it's not clarified, we want to remove our shares. Cheyenne River is kind of posturing to do the same, because both of us also have roughly 1,500 to 2,000 tribal members up there that are not getting quality care.
Got Kathy and then Lila.
Thank you. I just want to mention something. This is why when I was on this council before, I strongly stood against Rosebud Sioux Tribe going aboard with that contracting.
This has nothing to do with the contracting.
You can't interrupt me when I'm talking.
Well, you're giving false information.
I'm not giving false
Yes, you
information.
are.
I was
Point of
there.
order.
Yeah, thank you. I want to be able to be heard, because this needs to be shared. I met with the community of Rapid City, the Native community, who are also comprised of Rosebud Sioux tribal members. I opposed it. I brought what they said back here, and I shared it with the council. The council at that time stood behind Rapid City community to oppose this takeover. And issues like what you're discussing now were foreseen. There's a lot of other issues. And this is one of the reasons why I speak up on such things as healthcare. That's healthcare and lives. Liabilities, exactly. I just wanted to express that when at that time we stood against this, it was said up there, Kathy Woodenknife is holding this up. She's terming out. When she terms out, the Rosebud Sioux tribe will come aboard. And we did. We have community members up there. We have community members from other tribes in Rapid City. They have no voice. They don't have a tribal council. They can't vote for their tribes because they're out of our jurisdiction. So I just wanted to mention that because you are discussing an issue. And that's why I wanted to express what the topic was, what the discussion was back then. Back then, I have the letter, and if anyone wants to see it, I will share it, where we were told, well, if you're not going to get on board, then your tribal members can't be seen at Oyate Health. Okay. So I just wanted to express that. Thank you.
Thank you. Lila?
I have a broken chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to echo what Kathy just said about what happened up there. And when we were in council in the last part there, we had visits with Derelict Church, and they came and we were in those discussions. But that's exactly what they said to us, was if you guys are on board with your shares, we won't see your people. And that just threw me back. In council, you guys need to, I don't know if they remember that, but you guys were on board then. That's what they said to us. If you guys don't do this, we will not see your members. That's what they told them up there. And they came and they told us that. Do you remember that, Scott?
Yep.
Yeah. They came out and told us flat out that that's what they were going to do. And it's happening. My concern right now is that's our future. Those are future tribal members that are coming here. And those are little spirits that are to be born. It's not up to us as in politics to prevent those children from being birthed where they want to be. And that always concerned me, is that our babies aren't being born where they should be. Like here, we don't have our babies born here, and it bothers me because one day that could be used against us. And, you know, I look at all the other tribes, you know, I wonder how they feel about that. This discussion, as a woman, as a mother and a unchi, it's really bothersome to me. That, you know, I think it's urgent that we tell them, you know, you guys need to hurry up and get something going, because, you know, waiting again, I'm worried. What if they wait for another year? And then, like Wayne said, we have to go back and then, you know, do all this stuff. You know, those babies are going to come whether we agree or not. So, you know, that really does concern me, Mr. Chairman, that, you know, and it's true, they got to stay with that provider, which will be good for their benefit. But that worries me that that clinic isn't up and running. But I wanted to echo that because they did tell us that that's what they were going to do, and it happened. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Is there any more discussion? Emily?
Thank you. I just have a small question. So if there hasn't been any services provided for over a year, is there like a surplus or like an excess in the budget that will at least be able to help expedite bringing services back?
That was one of the concerns we had. It sounds like they're able to spend like around $3 million, and they don't have nothing. They don't have, not providing any services, so it's kind of a question where that money's been going. So we get $3 million to operate that women's health clinic. So, you know, to have a baby right now, it's probably right around $50,000 to even.
So was that like covering referral costs, or how did we spend $3 million?
That's exactly what it's going for.
That it is,
Yeah,
okay.
so-
I just wanted to make sure, okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Darryl.
Hello, relatives. I myself, no amigo hijitachios Shayamata. I'm part of the Baby Go extended family. Pine Ridge, Lower Blue, Cheyenne River, Standing Rock, Rosebud. That's where our blood is. My grandma and my siblings married into the other tribes, and so I have cousins and aunts and uncles. And the majority of them reside in Rapid City, so when I became a council lady, without the health issue was going hard, and my family was affected by it, they still are. I lost a cousin sister to the system, I guess you could say. Her health was affected greatly, and due to services not being able to be provided, it caused issues with my aunts. You know, they questioned me, and I had to tell them that although I opposed it, my constituents did not. So, yes, it is very concerning, and that's the CASAPA. Right now, it's March. The new moon, that's when I'm the local council. And so to hear that our children are in jeopardy and have not had proper maternal care for 1 year is very troublesome and sad. And to hear that I'm just going to opt out raises a lot of questions. And we're going to get it. We're going to get it from the other Cocheti Shakoi. And to know that there's only, a couple of tribes. I was listening on the radio on my way in. The vehicle broke down my mom care. And so I had to catch rides. And those 3 tribes that are due to things, that concerns me because there's 7 of us. And, are we the Ocheti Yami, or the Ocheti Shakoi? So I have concerns, and although I respect everyone's decisions and how they think, I just want to say, we all have to think together. And so healthcare is something that we cannot decide politically. We need to decide as leaders. So thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna clarify that, these contracts, these 3 programs, or whatever you want to call them, they're not administered by Oyate Healthcare. They're administered by Pine Ridge.
Thank you
So,
for saying that.
yeah,
That's-
Pine Ridge is the one that administers them. Those are the 3 programs that didn't go over to Oyate Healthcare. They remained with contracts with Pine OST. So that's the question: is do we want to hold our shares where we can put it where they can provide that service, or are we going to leave them give OST that chance to be able to correct their problems? So that's the clarification, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I just have another question.
Okay, go ahead, Chair.
What did OST say whenever you guys were at the meetings? Did they agree to get up and going in 60 days, or?
They talked about their chief of staff actually taking on the task. She was tasked with trying to straighten it all out. Matter of fact, they don't even have enough staff to run that clinic right now. So she was trying to hire the staff. When that came up, we basically told the OST that they're supposed to provide a service, and they haven't done it for a whole year. And it's not about jobs, it's about providing that service and giving good health care. They were told that, and then Cheyenne River basically said that we can compromise. We'll give you a chance, since she's already working on it, we'll give you a chance to straighten it out, and we'll come back in 60 days.
Okay, that's what I thought you said the first time, but some of the discussion was making it seem like Oyate Healthcare is the one who wasn't doing their job.
Right.
But it's not.
Yeah, no, it's not that. It's
Okay.
not that way.
Thank you.
Lila?
Thank you, Chairman. I was just thinking too, along in the lines of this, there are laws with the medical part of this that, per care, how with these people who are only going there and they're being referred somewhere else. As it is, it's really hard to get prenatal care, and I think our relatives up there, this is kind of real confusing for them, I'm sure, but they don't really have no voice up there either. But 60 days, that's what Eagle Butte's asking, right?
Right.
And then you're gonna go back in May.
Yeah.
So I think that would be good because it gives at least enough time, but not to wait too long and see where, you know, see how far they come anyway, or with the plan. Because that clinic was just, it was really a good place, and that's where a lot of people used to go up there, and, you know, it was really, it was thriving, so I wonder what happened, you know? Huh? Oh, yeah, the pandemic, that's true, so, okay, thank you.
Okay, let's move on. I just wanted to bring that to your attention so everybody knows what's going on up there, so if they're asked about it, you can answer their questions, so. Go ahead, Michelle.
So if it is decided to pull the funds, then is there a plan for them?
They're developing one round, and if it come back in 60 days and it's not still, they don't have it together, then we'll have a plan to maybe pull our shares and move someplace else.
If we, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
What? Wayne?
So like, say we pull the Rosebud shares and then reallocate them to Oyate Health. Then Oyate Health can use that money for hiring a gynecologist, a midwife, or actual pediatrician. Is that it? And then CHR, they can use some of that money because some of it's already reserved for CHR. As of right now, it's just a drain on the facility because the facility is still trying to provide the service. So we're referring women out. Women come in, we're referring them out. Then 400 rides a month are being given, 40 plus rides a month are being given to like any travel member that wants to go to Oyate. So then they don't get reimbursed for that because that money's already allocated over at that other building that OST controls. If Cheyenne River opts out and puts their money in Oyate, then that's more money that they have to get the providers. But right now, this chief of staff, is that what it was?
Yeah.
She's being saddled with it, and she has to come up with a plan and have people hired to do that within 60 days. If not, then we have to think about this corrective action plan.
Okay. Emily?
Sorry, that just made me have one more question. So, just to be clear, are you just providing the update because there's already a decision? It seems like was
I
made.
am
we have
providing an
60
update
days?
unless you guys want to go in a different direction. That's still up to you guys, you know, as
So,
far as our.
so to like what, to Wayne's point that he just made with the possibility of moving the shares from one to the
Yeah.
other, has that discussion, like when will that decision need to be made officially? Like, does that need to happen now? Does that happen after the 60-day period? And have we asked both, you know, or all, I guess, parties to provide us recommendations on and so that we can weigh those? Has that process already been done?
They touched on it, or
Yeah,
simply.
they told us what their plan was. Cheyenne River basically said, yeah, we'll compromise. And after I had a discussion with the OST representatives on how I thought about it, then we said that we would because Cheyenne River is going to compromise, we will do that too. But we still have to take it back to our council and make them aware of what's going on down there. So,
Thank you.
got Kathy and Dara.
I just want to ask you, was Cheyenne River in favor of the 60-day allowance?
Yes, that's where it came from.
Okay, thank you.
Dara.
I just have a question. What medical group is Oyate Health using because,
For
to run this? Because, you know, every other, like Summit Medical, you know, Sanford, but they don't, I don't think they experience issues like this. The planning of it, 60 days is a good amount of time, but that's a long time. That's 2 more months that someone's gonna get referred out. That's 2 more months that a family member's gonna be praying for their family member to live, you know? All these things should have been thought out in the beginning, you would think. And like you said, we're taking the blame, and we should, because we're the ones that did this. So I guess I'm just trying to wrap everything around because I have a lot of answers to give to my family in Rapid City. And it seems like what we're experiencing are the same issues that they tried to tell us about, but stop them. So that's all I gotta say.
Okay, the next thing I need to report, and it's not been very long, we attended a regional housing conference, and it was coordinated by our SRD up in Mission. The meeting went really well. The presenters were Ray and Cher, and ones that put that 100 Homes project presentation together went really well. So thank you for doing that. Cheyenne River gave a really good presentation on their housing development plan as far as their infrastructure and what they have planned for that infrastructure to be placed, houses to be placed on the land that they zoned out for their housing development. They had some CDFIs up there. They all gave a good presentation, so it was very beneficial to go up there because it gives you a chance to learn what they have to offer as far as housing, or even borrowing money, or even having a down payment for a purchase of a house, so our home. So it went very good. I don't know if there are any other ones that want to say anything about the conference, but I just wanted to mention to you because it's part of my report. I did travel for that, so that's part of my report. So, go ahead, Sharon.
Thank you. So Sharon Vogel gave a report from Eagle Butte, and Eagle Butte's SWA is doing amazing things. And it's really showing where we're lacking, where we're just stuck in like, how are we gonna repair these houses that are here and boarded up now? But she gave a really good presentation. I think it would be nice for her to come down and present to the council, to show the council kind of what they do up there, and or maybe we could even get a copy of her PowerPoint and actually have SWA look at it too, because their SWA actually takes out loans, and they did a whole plot of land, and they did infrastructure. So there's areas for home ownership, for people to buy their own houses. There's areas for housing for elders that they purchase that are for rental through SWA. There's just like a whole different, it's a whole different setup. So they're really using that, their corporation to its full advantage, where I feel like we're just waiting for money from the government. So I just wanted to share that.
Emily?
Thank you. Thank you, Sherry, for that. That reminded me. I think that that would be a great opportunity. I actually just was talking at our housing meeting yesterday about that presentation and others that were made about having the importance of having this big vision so that you can diversify, so that we're not kind of piecemealing things together. And so what they did is they went out and they had these big visions, and so they were able to, I think it was like 160 acres set aside. They were able to plot it all out. They were able to diversify the funding. So like some was low income, some was home ownership, some was for veterans, some was for elders, some was income based. They even went as far as having like an entrepreneurial kind of business area that they had lofts above it so they could still piggyback funds on that. So I mean, it was a great opportunity. So thanks for reminding that. I think that would be great to share with us, but also to our housing for SWA. And I also just wanted to say that it was really inspiring to see how, you know, other tribes are doing this and other nations are doing that. We may be a little bit behind, but there's so much potential. I think we're doing leaps and bounds to catch up to that. I just want to put out there, just because I know there's public listening, that one of the main things that kind of puts us as a disadvantage right now is these other CDFIs and these other programs have been doing a lot of the community building and nation building work for a long time. Like the ones that are the most successful, they're talking 10, 15 years already in the communities, already having established credit building programs and you know what that even means before you can even get to the home ownership opportunity. So I hope that we can work better together, because I think we have these amazing pots and all, you know, different varying entities within our tribe, but I think we kind of need to connect the dots a little bit better, and I know some are already starting to do that, but I think if we can do that a little bit more effective and efficiently, we can kind of shorten that, you know, a little bit behind time till we can be right up there with everybody and move beyond, because we have amazing workers, we have amazing ideas. It just seems like we kind of need to put it all together a little bit and make sure that we're not leaving out some of those main important things about, you know, credit building, you know, what that even is like. And yeah, I'll stop now. Thank you. Is that, wait, real fast. Is that a 1 minute or is that a I'm done? Okay, thank you. That always scares me.
Lila, go ahead.
I didn't know if it was shaking or not.
We're all scared of Martino now.
But it's good.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad that this report's come up, and now that, you know, you guys went and did that presentation. I remember, we had a discussion here on the 100 homes, and you guys were gonna do something here for us. Do a presentation, do you remember that, Toja? Yeah, okay.
We did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I still get asked a lot about, the application process and everything. And I think, we could probably put that out. And we didn't come up with the criteria yet. Can you kind of maybe elaborate a little bit on that for now? Another question that I've been asked is, ARPA, are they helping with down payments? Are they able to help us with, get help for these homes? Is there, besides the other piece that you're working on with giving people that opportunity, you know, how do we, people are just asking for other avenues, you know, so maybe we can kind of update on that. And another thing was how many homes are left now, because people are seeing them going up. You know, look at the school. They have them there, they went up, you know, they're probably ready to be moved into. And then we have, I think, law enforcement is gonna get some. Who else did we say?
We didn't specify, we just wanted to do the 501 leasing program.
Okay,
And we
all
just
right,
had
okay.
The
So-
project manager.
Okay, so since this is aside from SWA, I think that that's something we need to let people know that, and I'm saying it on air, that it's not a SWA project. I would like to hear from the lady up in, what'd you say she's from? Eagle Butte, yeah, that would be really nice, because there's opportunities that we have, you know, and I wanna see how can we flourish, how can we, get people into these little apartments. One of the other things that bothers me that I saw is that, you know, the veterans, there's a lot of displaced veterans. And they have some veteran apartments, but they're all boarded up. And how can we get those, you know, Emily, Bill, how can we get those fixed right away so we can put some other veterans in there? So, you know, housing's a big issue, you know, and I really get excited about it because we have a lot of young people to give them opportunities to. So that's just what I'm gonna say. Thank you.
Go ahead, then we have Micah. Go ahead, Micah.
We're having, the Lee fellow that I worked with work on a brochure to get our budget information out, so that we'll be able to share that with your communities. But what we're telling people, and when they're saying, how do we get these houses, the first step is to start the mortgage process. So to reach out to Chautauqua Funds, and then Ray has a, would you want me?
No.
Would you wanna?
No, just since we're kind of on the topic, the Chautauqua Fund is having a home ownership expo. And I know they reached out to committee several times to allow employees to attend that if you're interested, Mr. President. So it'll be on April 18th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at multi-purpose building to allow employees.
And that would answer Lila's question over like down payment assistance and that kind of stuff. That would come from Tatanka to be able to educate those people that are applying for houses, so, okay? Micah and then Dara.
Good conversations and discussions, and then see if we can get
Yeah,
that.
let's do that. Thank you.
Well, I just have one question. Is there gonna be any more homes coming in for the people that, can't qualify for mortgage assistance that, you know, well, 85% of our Oyate don't have jobs, don't have bank accounts. Is there any housing for them? You know what I mean? The working class is about 15%. And we're gonna fill up that housing, and then we're still gonna be watching all the Lakotas sleep outside. So when's the funding for housing for other people coming in, for the little guys? That's what I want to know. That's what a big question is to every community.
I think we have first choice when it comes to
Go ahead, Wayne.
I'd like to answer that. We got, they gave us an update. There's gonna be 40 homes directly attacked right now, right, from housing, but the tribe, remember we got that SWA funding that we took from BIA? They're gonna do 40 homes like immediately, and they're getting ready to work on
Yeah,
it right now.
they've started them, and they think they can have 5 or 6 units done every 6 weeks, so they're gonna work on them until they get them done, and they're gonna be available to move people back in or back to you, so.
The vacant units.
Yeah, so.
Well, thank you.
Yep, Sheriff? Can we move on?
Yeah.
Okay, that's it, that's all I have for my report, so,
Motion to approve your report.
thank you, Sheriff. Second by Ray, question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. So I don't believe that VP has any resolutions, so we can just move on. Is that okay, Mr. VP? Do you have anything that pressing? Okay. We'll go to the secretary. Secretary, do you have any resolutions that need to be presented?
Not resolution, just the ones that need to be ratified.
Ones that need to be ratified. Do you want to do those? Okay, let's pass those out.
And then whatever is under the committees.
Okay.
And then I don't know about committees, actual committees. So the minute's gonna wait?
No, that's what we're doing, right? We're doing meeting minutes, resolutions. Is that fine? Okay.
Only have one that needs to be ratified. And then here's the minutes that need to be approved for February. And then I don't know about committees.
Mr. President. Scott?
Lila, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. President, I just wanted to say at some point, I think it is really important that we discuss this letter
Okay.
amongst the body. I think we could, it's kind of shocking,
Yeah.
you know, because I'm like, wow, you know, so I really think at some point we probably should, you know, have that discussion, see what we're going to do with it, you know, and kind of give some direction. And I know you're going to need that direction.
We talked over there, it needs
It's
to
really
start
important.
standing up.
It's kind of like a first. So I don't know if you, at some point
Can we
here-
do it before we end today?
Sure,
We'll get
that'll be good.
through a lot of the resolutions and we'll get back to that, okay?
Okay, all right,
Okay.
sounds good, thank you.
Yeah, let's take 5 minutes. Vice President has to have a chew. Yeah.
They kind of needed this task sometimes. I just can't remember what number it was.
Jim White, bring me another one down. one resolution that needs to be ratified.
That's Eddie boy. Kill him here.
Yeah.
You need
We
your
have-
hammer.
I don't know what happened to it. I must have left it up here. Somebody must have took it as a souvenir.
We hit it.
Get you a big Thor one.
Just get you a big sledgehammer. We have 2024-55 that needs to be ratified. It's taken around by petition, so I need somebody to move to ratify 2024-55. And it has to deal with 638 contract proposal to BIA for materials and construction of safety of dams building on the amount of $265,000. And that was the one that was going around. So I went and got a hold of him and asked him if it was time sensitive, because that was the motion to only do petition resolutions if it's time sensitive. So I made sure it was, and I finally signed off on it. But originally he didn't have me sign off on it. He just kind of went through the process, and I think Nicole thought he got it approved. And so I backtracked on that one, okay? So I need go ahead, Sheriff.
Motion to approve or ratify 2455.
Need a second? Wayne, question by Dara. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Then we have down to the resolutions. Do you want to go to the meeting minutes of February 14th, or the month of February? It looks like we had quite a bit of meetings, so. Valentine's Day, Lori Bordeaux Day, February 14th. Yep. They did.
Anybody else need one?
The minute?
Itacho, did they bring that, public, the 100 homes project over to you, the job description?
Yeah, they did, and I gave it to my people in my office, so when they call in and ask about it, they can actually send it to them, or they can read it to them. So,
Okay, sorry for not getting that to you, I thought I did,
no,
but
yeah,
glad it's taken care of.
Mr. Chair,
go ahead, Lila.
I just have a quick question on, after we did the interviews for TUC, how long did we re-advertise?
I wasn't here for that meeting, so I don't know what the motion was. I know it's supposed to be advertised again.
Did we give it 2 weeks, or
I don't think we did.
what we didn't?
We didn't say.
All there was a motion to re-advertise? Okay.
I thought it did have a time frame. Maybe the secretary can look it up.
Can you check on that for us? Because I think we probably should put a timeline on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the meeting minutes of February 14th, 2024. Lila, second by Cher. Question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? Motion carried. We got February 15th. Looks like it's just a page and a half.
Scott?
Go ahead, Kathy.
I'd just like to mention something here. In reviewing these minutes, I noticed that all the at-large positions were filled. At a prior meeting, a motion was made to not do that until the Personnel Committee was able to meet and on the section for whether an employee can sit on a committee or not.
No.
That meeting was postponed and rescheduled because it was replaced with a council meeting. But yet in these minutes, they were all seated.
No.
So when we make motions, we need to be respected. I mean, it was there, but yet at this meeting, they were all filled. And the discussion at that time was, a lot of times positions are vacated for so long because we can't put people on there. And so there was a resolution that was in place prior to this body, the council members that came in this time knew. It was prior to us coming in, there was a resolution that was sitting there then, and since who knows when, I can't remember what month it had on there, and now we're into 2024. I think it was in September or August that resolution had come on this floor and was never acted on. And in Personnel Committee, we were going to have it looked at to determine whether or not it was allowable through our personnel policies and procedures for employees to sit on committees. In reviewing the ordinances, there are a couple of committees that they cannot sit on, but it isn't specified that they can't sit on all committees. So I just wanted to bring that up, that this meeting reflects that these positions were all full. When a prior meeting, we had discussed it and said that we would vote on them after the Personnel Committee verified and had clarity on whether or not employees could sit on these committees. Thank you.
Wayne?
So Kathy, can they now or not?
It didn't go, we didn't meet on it because our meeting was postponed because the body decided to have a council meeting on the day we were supposed to have Personnel Committee meeting. So in person, it has to go through personnel and then come to the body so we can vote on whether or not employees can or cannot sit. And that's why at that time I made a motion that we do not select yet until we confirm that, and then open it up so if it says employees can, then employees would be able to also put their names in. But now it's already gone through.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's, need a motion to approve February 15th, unless you want to reconsider some action that you took before on that.
I'll move to approve.
Motion to approve by Cher. Second. Second by Chris. Question by Stan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Meeting minutes of February 20th. Motion to approve. Need a second. Chair. Question by Bill. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Meeting minutes of February 23rd. Motion by Wayne. Need a second? Stan, question by Michelle. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Meeting minutes of February 26th. Motion by Ray, second by Bill, question by Michelle. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Meeting minutes of February 28th. Michelle moves, second by Ray, question by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Meeting minutes of February 29. Got Kathy?
On that 28th one, I didn't vote because I don't vote if I'm not here.
Okay. Motion to approve by Wayne? No? Oh, okay.
That's fine, we don't need the two of them.
Oh, okay, all right. Motion by Ray, second by Charles, question by Sheriff. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. Okay, those are the minutes. Micah?
February 26th meeting minutes, it was for the second round of interviews for the GMs, was held this week.
No, we, that's supposed to have been amended, so what was the regular casino day that we're gonna have it out there, was done by resolution, so we need to amend that to reflect that change that we made.
The 27th
27th, yeah,
Of March, right?
after casino.
yeah.
So that's what minutes are that in the 28th?
February 26th meeting minutes.
Lila?
So take off that 4 to 8 and put the 27th?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm the personnel, chairperson, and, it's been a while, because today we would have had personnel, but we're having council again. One of the things, I wanted to ask or let council know was that day we had the interviews for TUC. There was 6 applicants, I believe. And we had like 12 for the GM. Okay, here it is, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. We had 6 applicants for the TUC interviews, 12 for the GM. I was really disappointed on how that was set up for us. I was hoping we would have had 2 days or something, but we got them done, but we had some technical issues, and then we had, not everybody, people had to leave, you know, as the day went on, it dwindled down. And these positions are very, very important to the tribe, their revenue. And I felt that we didn't have the proper, how would you say, not guidance, but we didn't have nobody here from HR. And I'm gonna, and these are issues that I don't want people to take personally, because this is what we do. And this is very important. When we had interviews before, Linda Hohani used to come in and she had her big books. We all got those and we went through them. You guys all remember that? And it was like, she had the point system and everything. But I would like to make a motion for the HR director to be here during interviews, throughout the process, to just be here for questions. And make sure that, or if she can't make it, send somebody here to be here.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Need a second? Kathy, question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting?
Thank you.
I'm only opposing because she was here. She was here until PUC ended, and then she left, and the GM is as their own personnel, so, you know, I felt that she didn't need to be here, and she must have felt the same way. That's all I'm saying.
I did counsel, I did have the discussion with Ken on how those were set up, and it was kind of chaotic. The way I heard back, it was kind of chaotic, so, and I told him, I did tell him that it's probably the responsibility of their HR to make sure they were here with all the applications and everything that you needed to do those interviews, even along with the set of questions that should have came from the casino HR. And so, and I think they thought, I think that HR here thought the same too.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to stick up for anybody, I'm just saying that's how it should have went. And the next time that happens, I'll make sure that they're very well prepared for our next interview, so.
Like I said, I'm looking at the bigger picture. I don't come here to attack our employees or nothing like that. But I look at the bigger picture is that people come here and they, you know, we interview them, and, you know, it doesn't look good for us, because when the interviewees come in, and that gaming one, you know, it's good if we do have our HR here too, because we run the casino. That's a part of management in any position that comes. So that's where I come from. And right now, today, it's really hard to talk about things because we get real personal, and that's not what I'm trying to do. So it just makes it better, I think, when we do these things and a collaborative effort, because, you know, and then that casino one, it was really chaotic, and it was just, you know, I didn't feel that, I mean, it was really chaotic. We had some laughs and stuff, but, you know, that's the thing. So I just made that motion because that way they know.
And, that's fine, that's a good motion, that's a good motion, Lila, thank you.
Thank you, just clarifying, thank you.
Okay,
That's for both HRs?
Any applicable? Any applicable? Yeah.
Did you get both HRs?
Oh, I thought it was just this director for all interviews.
yeah, that's fine, yeah, that's.
Well, that would, maybe like if there's another agency or something, or if they have their own HR, they come too.
Yeah.
Yeah, along with ours, because that way it just makes it better, I feel. I don't know how, okay, thank you.
I think we're done with the secretary's resolution meeting minutes. You want to go on to the treasurer's resolutions? Sheriff, and then Emily, go ahead.
Shoot, it's dead again.
I believe that the secretary's office had a complaint they wanted to address. Should we address it at the end of the day, or?
We can do that, but the request this morning was just to do resolutions for now. So if we get through most of the resolutions, we can probably bring it up at the end of the day.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Emily.
Thank you. I just have a quick question on the procedure part of the hiring. I know the instance that Lila mentioned is regarding not our own HR policy. It was the GM for the casino, but I think just in the future, I guess my question is, do we have a policy in place that would prevent kind of the chaotic disorganization as far as like scheduling if we had another Zoom or another virtual kind of event like that? And I'm just asking because not only was it chaotic on our end, but I can only imagine as somebody having to come and interview and having, you know, being made aware an hour before your actual interview slot. So I think that was pretty poor on our end. So I'm just asking if we have something in place that just wasn't followed, or do we need to ask maybe the personnel committee or somebody to develop that process?
I just think that there's confusion over it. That was a problem right now, and so I mean, if other entities, if they have their own HRs, we need to make that clarification that they bring their HR people here. If we hire the director or whatever that we hire, we need to make sure that their HR people are here too, as well as plus ours.
Yeah, and even the scheduling, like, you
Yeah.
know, provided a couple days
You
or
know,
something.
I've never had general manager interviews go like that. So we've always, in the past, we never had so many applicants that you guys interviewed during the day. There was always the board of directors that went through the applications with the help of other staff members at the casino. They would go down there and they would reduce it down to about 3 or 4 applicants, and they would do their interviews, and that's how it always came to the council like that. So it did a little bit different. The amount of applicants that you guys did probably was the confusion over it, so. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Lila?
Yeah. That's what the process used to be,
Yeah.
remember?
Yeah.
And then we would have 3 or 4 applicants come here, but, that's probably, I don't know who decided that part of it, or they were gonna just give them all of us, remember? Didn't we say, we did, yeah, we decided that. So, yeah, because we wanted to interview, yeah, all of them, so, but yeah, you know, it just makes it better because I feel like, you know, we're so busy and we have so much going on, somebody's there looking out for the tribe. And, you know, because sometimes, you know, something could happen and it's noted. You know, it's noted, we have our HR here, we have our policies, we have ourselves covered here. And those guys, you know, we wanted them all here, but it was set up so crazy that day. And the next day, I couldn't make it, but you guys still did them by, I think, in the afternoon. And they were all online, right? They were, yeah. So it was tough, but we got it done. So did we go down and select, was it, how many from there, 4?
I think there was 4 of them, and I think there were probably the best ones that you could probably
And
select.
then we're gonna move that to the 27th.
Yeah, a lot of them really interviewed well.
Yeah.
The ones I seen the next day, that Monday morning, when you guys did interviews, some of them were really well-spoken, so I think you guys selected some good ones.
And they'll be in person.
Yeah, and they're affordable. I mean, it's not like we're trying to get away cheap, but they were actually asking for a good, a reasonable salary for their services, so. Michelle, and then sorry, Kathy, go ahead. I don't want you to fight me.
Be nice. Do we have a date set up for those?
That's on the 27th, is that what, 27th? It's at the casino. Okay. Michelle?
I was just wondering if we
Tina.
can get a copy of the questions beforehand, because all those questions that they provided, we need to go on.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right, well, we can review them. Maybe we should have done that before we had, kind of amended them or went over them and before. So they weren't good questions or they just didn't use them?
Well, nobody used them.
Okay.
Everybody have their own that they have.
Yeah, so may I suggest that maybe each legislator make the question themselves?
Okay.
Because, the questions are quite redundant, and they often just said the same question, just in a different number. So it's kind of like,
Just make sure you don't ask some inappropriate stuff that, because there's certain things that you can't ask an applicant, so, like their age or their disabilities or anything like that,
The guy that was here with Ken said he was going to address some questions.
Talking about
Okay.
getting the floor.
Okay, all right, well, yeah, we'll get those to you before, okay? I'll make sure that Ken does that.
Bill's been trying to get the floor.
No, I mean, that was,
Oh.
he was here that day, the HR guy, and he asked him to get new questions to these 4, so, but, we got it done.
Yeah, well, I'll check on it, okay? Let's get to the treasurer's report. Do you have resolutions, motions?
I don't have any resolutions, no motions, but there's a couple that we were approved in the budget and finance yesterday, but require resolutions to be about very next time. I do have a report for you guys. It's all self-explanatory. The last part of it has to do with the 638 programs. And you're gonna see a lot of red stuff here. Don't worry about the red, because lot of our 6-3 programs have multiple year funding, so that's why it shows the red. Just look at the year to date.
Wait, Martha had a question. Martha, go ahead.
Make a motion to approve the secretary's report.
Motion by Martha. Second, Lila. Question by Sharon. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Yeah, like the 6 or 8 programs, just look at that third column, where it's got FYTE, that's the fiscal year to date. It'll give you the total on the bottom and what they spent so far this year. The regular report shows, when it doesn't have the red, shows from the beginning. And that would really confuse you guys, because some of these programs are like $40 million, so they don't have that much money. But that's why I chose to do it this way. But again, if you have any questions, feel free to stop by anytime.
Emily and Kathy.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. I just had a quick question. At our last meeting that we had regarding the compacting of IHS or potential of, I was asking several questions, and I was asked by one of our council reps to wait until you gave your report. So I'm just wondering, is that somewhere in here as far as the, my questions were kind of about what we've spent, I guess, on this endeavor so far up to date with the IHS compacting?
It'll show you what health admin is spending, but I won't give you those details. If you want to know that, then I can send it out to you guys.
Okay, thank you.
So you wanted to know what all been spent on the compacting process to date?
Yep, so the other day when the team was here, they provided kind of like a 9-page report to us, and so I was wondering like what the timeline was about that, and I got a couple different varying answers. Somebody went as far back as 2015, somebody else said, no, we're on year 2 of a 3-year grant, and said that there was multiple grants as well as some funds from the council. So I was just wondering, because in planning purposes, they said sometimes this could be in the multi-million planning phase, and so I was just wondering, you know, how much has been spent to date to provide that report to us, you know, how much?
Yeah, I can do that. I will tell you that there was a couple of grants that was spent earlier the first time that the council went through this process. There was a complete application developed, and I was ready to submit, but the council voted it down. So, but that was done like 4 years ago, 5 years ago. And I think now, this new process, I think we have 1 or 2 grants that where we spent all the money on them already. And then you guys get another $250,000 out of ARPA, and most of that money is spent. But I will give you a complete report. I'm not sure if you want to report on the old stuff too, or just the new stuff.
I was more interested in kind of this newer route, but it would be nice to know, I think, especially if there was a plan that first round, and then now we're starting all over, it sounds like. So, but I can ask those later.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering that too, because this is like the 3rd time we tried this.
And how much have we spent
Spent
on
a lot
that?
of money on it, yeah. So, it's a good question. Kathy?
Yeah, thank you. I would like to make a motion to request from, I don't know if it's going to be Wayne or the finance office, but I'd like to make a motion to request a itemized printout of all the home repairs that were done that show the applicant that got approved for repairs, the materials that were purchased for repairs, and the contractors that were paid for those specific applicants.
Motion, second by Dara. Do you have a question or question by Lila?
From finance.
I just had a clarifying question. Sorry, is it for what kind of money?
The ARPA funds that went out and did the home repairs.
So from the start of ARPA?
Mm-hmm. From the start of ARPA.
Can I make a comment or two first, before you vote on it? First of all, the request would have to go to the ARPA office, because that's where all the records are kept for the ARPA funding. when CARES and ARPA was set up, then the council created a different office to administer those funds. I can make that request up to that and get it for you. But the last time this request was made several times, reports were given, but there were no names attached. So I just want you to let you know that's.
The reason I'm asking that is this ARPA report we get from Jim is redundant every month. Yeah, it's got a lot of the itemized, all of the line items, and then it has all of the amounts. But I'm specifically asking for this. If finance can do this report, I would prefer to get it from finance and they can collaborate with ARPA. I mean, isn't that money kept here?
I know what you're asking for. We don't do that here, but they do it, so I will get the information for you.
So finance doesn't have any record of any money that was spent through ARPA?
ARPA has their own, they keep their own records up there.
But my question isn't being answered. Finance does or does not have any record of ARPA funding?
Just what we're providing from them. We have a monitor, but we don't keep those records. They keep them up there. That's how this body set that up.
Okay, so with my motion then, I want whatever report finance can give and along with ARPA's report.
Sure, I can do that.
Thank you.
I'm just letting you know, I know what you're asking for, so I'll get it, but the last time this was done, there weren't any names given, so I'm letting you know that. There'll be a location by community, you might give a description of the individual, and you know, I'm gonna detail report of everything. I'll make sure you get that.
It is a large request, but it's a justifiable need, because I would prefer to go with the vote first and then I'll explain myself.
Micah, did you have a comment? Okay. Lila, are you questioning?
And I would like a roll call vote with that, please.
Roll call vote.
When ARPA does that, can they do it by community, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Jordan Ron, Christopher Eaglebear,
Yeah.
Lisa Whitepipe, Cowboy Wright,
Yes.
Stanley Wood and I,
Yes.
Michelle Traversy.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, that's what she changed. Michael Lunderman,
Yes.
Fremont Fallis, Charles DeBray,
Yes.
Bill Marshall,
Yes.
Wayne Fredericks,
Yes.
Emily Boyd Valandra. Yes. Martha Blue Thunder,
Yes.
Sherry Wright Point,
Yes.
Kathleen Woodenite,
Yes.
Lila Kilzensight, Raymond Crowe,
Yes.
Dara Ayat,
Yes.
Ben Black Bear,
Yes.
Dwight Spotticum.
Yes.
$17.
The reason I'm asking for this and my reason for justification is there are a lot of tribal members that didn't get repairs done, that did put an application in. There are houses that were repaired that were not ever completed. That's firsthand from me. When my husband had cancer and I was not on council because it was in his lungs and our house was full of mold, I did finally put in an application for assistance. Normally, I do not ask the tribe for assistance because I feel there's many others that need that assistance. My husband has been gone for 2 years, going on 3. Our house was repaired 2 years before he passed away. My house is still not done. I don't even have siding on the east side of my home. There was a lot of damage done to it rather than repair done to it. So witnessing it myself and hearing from people saying, my house still isn't done, they still didn't come, or they only did a partial job. There was not inspectors that came around to confirm that all the repairs were done. So I feel it's justified for this body to know how many applicants they were, what work was approved for those houses, and how many people did get assistance from ARPA for any type of repairs. And so I'm speaking on behalf of the tribal members of this reservation that were a part of applying for ARPA funding for home repairs. Thank you.
Lila?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Council. I've been getting a lot of calls or getting stopped here and there about some homes that have not been finished. It's real concerning to me when they're elders and they take something apart and then they don't go back. And this is very important because we need to have that transparency. And I have a question, and it's probably not for you guys maybe, but I'll ask you because it might be a Jim theater charge question. But what now is ARPA fixing? Like, remember at first there was a certain protocol on what criteria of what we were gonna fix. And somebody asked me, so I mean, I personally don't know, but is it plumbing? Is it windows? Is it doors? Is it roofs? I know a lot of roofs were done, but what's ARPA fixing now?
Household appliances, some people.
The last time we checked the budget, they give them for renovation of houses was, they give them a pot of money to just fix roofs. The other part was to renovate houses. Over that last storm last year, and I'm not trying to make excuses for anybody, but it threw everybody off that storm last year where all these repairs need to be done. So our priority was for elderly, disabled, and emergency type situations. So during that storm last year, everything became an emergency. So they were out there trying to maintenance and fix different things, plumbing, furnaces, everything that they can probably do. But that ate up a lot of the renovation money as far as what they can do for the ones that have actually applied. So it took them off their application process. It took them a long time to even get back on there because it became more of a referral place for maintenance type situations. So they were spending all their times trying to go out and maintenance people's houses when that program wasn't originally intended to be a maintenance type program. So what's happening now, and just for you guys' information, the renovation money is dwindling down. They still got roof repair money, and it's still available, and they're gonna get those done when it turns nice here. So if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. At least the people on listening know where we're at right now. One other question I had was, maybe it's not a question. I think it's really important that, me, I'm a visual person. I think a lot of us are that way. So it'd be nice to see a mapping of our communities and, I want to know how much was done in our community because I know there's still a lot more, and how many applications were put in for each community. But I think that would really help us because that way we can look at the money, and do a comparison so we can figure something out, and I think it's really important that we kind of give it a little push because I'm just worried about a lot of plumbing issues, and it's hard to find these plumbers. So if we can look at that, and if they need help, I want to know. I want to know, maybe we need a contract out or something, because we can't. One time we had one plumber, and that was just, this fall. We had one plumber. And those kinds of things, how can we expedite this so things can move a little faster? So So that's just, you know, my point I want to make.
Let's get one more comment, question, and let's move on to resolutions, okay? Because it could take a long time. Dara?
I just wanted to mention, our community buildings, if we could get an accounting on those, because, you know, 150,000 a community was given, and, you know, it's not the best shape, so, you know, listening to other program directors that have to go out to the outlying communities, you know, some of them can't really do much in those buildings because of the shoddy repairs, and so, you know, we gotta look at who they entrusted to fix those buildings, because, you know, Kathy had mentioned something about white collar crime. We don't really have strong laws, so, you know, we're just literally letting money go to anyone, so, I think that community buildings should also be included, because, they deserve the right to know how they're gonna sit inside their enclosed areas.
I have a response to that.
Let's have Emily, and then we'll let you respond. Go ahead, Emily.
I just have a question. I have a staff from finance that's wanting to answer some questions that were presented on this topic.
This ARPA construction money?
The monitor.
Okay. Well, we're getting off on a different topic now, so.
I'm just bringing up
maybe
her request
We
because
had
you
a
know.
request to do resolutions, so we're not gonna get to them if we keep having these long discussions. And I know it's important, but, it was a request to do resolutions, so. Go ahead, Diane.
I wasn't going to ask any questions, and good morning, everybody, but I just wanted some clarification. I was hearing about the reports, and I can provide a report on ARPA per individual who did the work for that individual's house, the amount that was spent on each individual's house, because that's how the system works. And I wanted to clarify if that's exactly what you guys want for the ARPA fund.
Does that include the contractors?
Yes.
Yeah, because like some of the houses are done, but they got paid, but they weren't done.
Yes, I can provide that type
And
of report.
does it show the materials, or do you have to get that from ARPA?
It will show the materials.
That's what we want.
Except for when the program buys these materials in bulk, you know, which would they'll get a better deal.
Do you have that report too, the bulk?
I can provide the bulk information. I just can't tell you whose home it was worked with.
So that'll help though.
Yeah. Okay, and then I needed to know a time.
All that information that
By
you're talking
next
about,
meeting.
Kathy, is kept up there. All information you're talking about is kept up there, that's what I said. We have a monitor that can tell you the basic stuff, which you can, but you can't tell you the detail that you're asking for, because all that's backups are up there. So, we'll get you what you want.
And I forgot to put a timeline in that, so I would like it by our next meeting. Not tomorrow, but at the end of the month.
Lisa, Kathy, your motion was to collaborate, right?
All right, thanks, Diane.
Both places.
Thank you, Dan.
Sure. Go
Thank
ahead.
you.
I just wanted to let Darren know that we made a motion yesterday to have the ARPA construction office, well, we're supposed to bring a resolution back here, amending the ARPA construction scope of work to have them go, look at the community buildings, so we're already on it.
Is that what you're basing your legislation on?
If the resolution's done, yeah, I didn't see it in here, but if,
Okay, let's get back to budget finance resolutions. We have 5 emergency legislation. I guess 3 of them are not ready to be presented. So we have 2 on the bottom down there, Tina, down on the bottom of that cart. There's 2 resolutions for budget and finance. Or do you guys want to take a lunch break first? Ray?
Take a break.
Just real quickly before that,
I'm shaking.
Treasurer, does that need a council motion to increase the lease income for that position that we talked about? Does it need a council motion or?
Yeah.
Okay. So the public relations officer
Yep.
that we talked about it yesterday, and I just need to make some motions in order to allocate that funding towards the president's office. So my motion would be to increase the revenue line item for lease income of 75,000 and appropriate 75,000 to the president's office for the public relations position.
Second.
So general account, lease income.
Yeah.
Okay. Second by Cher. Any question? Chris? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Let's take a lunch break for an hour.
The public relations.
That's with Fringe.
Are you fine?
We wanted to put him at 50,000, but it'll cost that much extra. We should say that. While we're on air, I want to say that 75,000, that doesn't mean that's going to be what the person's paid. We included wiggle room, money for fringe, and we just kind of, insurance, whatever. So I think we talked about a dollar amount, but we're going to push that to the council when it's time. An hour? Did you say?
Yep, hour.
What do you want for lunch? Wayne, I'll buy you lunch since it's your birthday.
Little Jimmy, I need a copy of that resolution that you guys took to budget and finance yesterday for the purchase of those trailers. Lila, second by, go ahead. Okay, well, that's fine, okay. All right, we're on budget and finance. We have 2 resolutions that are laying in front of you. They need to be brought on as emergency. There were supposed to be 5 on your list, but I guess the other 3 are not ready to present yet. So if we get somebody from budget and finance to bring them on. You can see December 5, wasn't it? What, Sheriff, which one are you bringing on first?
The WIC one?
Okay,
Motion for emergency legislation?
okay, number 75. Second by Jordan. Micah. Question by Jordan. All in favor, bring it on as emergency.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed,
Oh, I'm not opposing, I'm voting.
14 voting.
opposed,
0.
not voting.
4.
Motion approved.
Motion to approve 2475.
Need a second. Bill, go ahead, Sheriff.
Whereas WIC sought bids for a double-sided monument sign, which provide WIC announcement, outreach, program sharing, and news updates. Whereas a request for proposal was advertised for 12 days in the Tri-County Tribune, bid number 24-01, and whereas 2 bids were received from Tri-City Signs at $66,864.33 and Love Signs for $58,347.57. And whereas the Budget and Finance Committee met on March 5th, 2024, and is referring to the RST Tribal Council to accept this Tri-City Signs bid in the amount of $66,864.33. Therefore, it be resolved, the Tribal Council approves the bid from Tri-City Signs, Grand Island, Nebraska, in the amount of $66,864.33 for purchase installation of monumental signs for WIC program utilizing modernization grant funds. And the reason why the program decided to go with a higher bid number is because they had some run-ins with Love Signs. They bought their last sign from Love Signs, and it doesn't come with maintenance, warranty, and the lighting yet. So that's why they went with the Tri-City Signs. And that includes installation.
Okay, any discussion on this? Not even a question. Emily, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
She said she couldn't see her hands.
0.
Not voting.
4.
Motion carried.
Motion for emergency legislation.
Number 76, second. Jordan. Question by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1, 2.
Motion approved.
Motion to approve, resolution 2476.
Second by Jordan. Go ahead.
Okay, board whereas the RST ordinance 94-125 requires purchases of 25,000 or more, requires approval of the Rosebud Tribal Council, whereas RST Game Fishing Park Buffalo project bid 5 was awarded for $36,600. $192 of her development grant funding, of the her development grant to purchase equipment for the Buffalo Bird Management. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council accepts and adopts the recommendation of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance Committee to enter into a sole source agreement for the purchase of model 2660H Buster Bell processor in the amount of $27,500 for Mavericks farm equipment, box 545, 1041 West Second Street, Winter, South Dakota, and therefore be resolved that the RST Rosebud Sioux Tribe accepts the recommendation from the RST Budget and Finance Committee allowing the sole source purchase from Mathis Farm Equipment, box 545, 1041 West Second Street, Winter, South Dakota, 57580 for the RST Buffalo project. And the reason that this program is requesting the sole source purchase is because they were awarded this grant back in June of 2023. The check was sent here to the tribe, it was lost. The check was sent back, they received it, and they finally found it, got it straightened out in December, somewhere around before Christmas time. And then the grant ended on 31st. So the manager requested an extension of 60 days, and that's why he wanted to go sole source purchase since the grant reporting should have already been done in December.
Okay, is there any discussion? Any questions? Dan?
Did this come to land and natural or?
It did, you guys referred it to budget and finance because it's a sole source purchase.
Right.
We reviewed it yesterday.
All in favor? Approving 2476.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 1. Motion carried. There was another one passed out that needed to come under budget and finance. I guess you guys dealt with it, and I was supposed to bring it back today when we had council. It's 2024-50. It was tabled, coming back to budget and finance, and now it's back again. Okay, the motion will be reconsider and approve.
Yeah, we consider and approve 2024-50.
Need a second.
I'll second.
Chair.
Don't fight on it.
Okay, read it.
Yeah.
Okay, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approved resolution 2021-312 to establish an housing construction office, American Rescue Plan Act Construction Office to oversee a housing opportunity project. And whereas the RST ACO is currently constructing housing units to alleviate a portion of the overcrowding that is occurring within our housing on the reservation. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approved resolution 2023-307 with the recommendation from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Great Plains Region Home Improvement Program Regional Director to have the RST ACO administer remaining fund amount of $1,010,138.88 from Public Law 93-638 grant contract A2AB00517. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approved resolution 2023-402 to authorize the ACO to utilize this one-time funding to provide 12 tribal members with new placement housing by purchasing 10 two-bedroom modular homes and constructing 2 two-bedroom site-built homes consistent with applicable Category C guidelines. And whereas the RST ACO has requested and received 3 quotes for the purchase of 10 modular homes from qualified vendors and are as follows. Eisman Homes of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, an amount of $667,000. Centennial Homes of Blacktop, South Dakota, $824,410. And Late International LLC of Blacktop, South Dakota, $944,441.50. And whereas the RST ACO has reviewed and discussed the quotes received and requested both the Tribal Council to approve the purchase of 10 two-bedroom modular homes and Eisman Homes in the amount of $667,000 to provide new placement housing for tribal members, and therefore be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal council did not approve the RST Construction Office to purchase 10 two-bedroom modular home from ID Homes of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, an amount of $667,000 to provide replacement housing for our tribal members and get rid of result in the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to authorize the tribal president the designated official to sign and execute all documents necessary for the purchase of these two-bedroom modular homes.
Thank you. I was just wondering if you could provide an update. I know the last time it was brought up, I had several questions and they were gonna get answers for them. I can ask them again if you want me to.
They did go, like I said, they did go back to budget finance, and give a report. These are to be purchased out of the HIP.
And this is just to purchase them because the quote's gonna expire, I think is what he said yesterday. Now, the funding or the guidelines to qualify for one of these is gonna be a different resolution, is what we're told. This is just to get the purchase for these.
So we still have time to work out the land issue
Yeah.
questions and all
Yeah.
those kind of things?
Because that was what my main thing too yesterday. when
And
we
they didn't
came.
go to anybody, there's not a pre-selected list already in existence?
There is a hit list of qualified individuals, but they didn't select or they didn't.
So are we
has to
still
come
taking
still.
applications for them?
I don't know if there's an application process or not, but I know they have to be HIP eligible to receive.
So can we explain what that process was to get them on the list?
No, what he's talking about is the original hit list. There's an original hit list, and whenever he was explaining it yesterday, we asked if they're gonna go by the original hit list for repairs, and he said that they don't have to. The person who is gonna apply, it has to be, hit eligible, and, he made us aware that they haven't picked people for them yet.
So they're still taking, or
They're
there's
still
still eligibility for openness?
Yeah, and he has some recommendations for the council too, because doing some of these repairs for some of the elders, some of their homes are inhabitable. So he's gonna be coming back with more information and some requests for those. So this is only to buy the homes. Yesterday, we were told that with this HIP money, we needed to have it budgeted by April.
So do we have a timeline, I guess, as far as if we approve this right now, and then these people will hold the homes for us while we're figuring out who's gonna get them?
Yeah, or they'll deliver them and park them by someplace like they did last time.
Oh, okay, I'll make a motion after this.
Okay, my question was kind of related to Emily's. Like with the SWA and their HIP program, there's usually a waiting list. So that's what my question was going to be, if this was going to be based off that waiting list, or if it's all going to be brand new applicants, which knocks the ones out that have been waiting for a long time in order to get these homes. And my second question is, are these homes that are just gifting? Are we gifting them to them, or are they going to be making payments on them?
They're gonna be given to the people that are selected, so.
The what?
They're gonna be given to them.
They're going to be given to them? They won't have to make payments.
And
So does,
there was discussion about the ones that were on that hit list. This is coming out of the fund that's called HIP ARPA funds. And we did apply for a waiver to be able to not be, have any kind of income guidelines on it, but we just haven't received anything yet. But in this case, they have to be HIP eligible for them. So they're gonna consider those ones that were on the list and have been waiting for a number of years or whatever.
okay, and then what about the maintenancing and care of the homes? Are they going to
Once they're
expect
turned over,
somebody?
they're responsible for maintenance and care of them, so.
Yeah. Okay, because we had that last question where,
Yeah.
was it the tribe or SWA that was be doing the maintenance on the other houses? So, thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Not, can we get a question? Wayne? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, Emily, go ahead.
Thank you. I was just wondering if I could make a follow-up motion to this one, directing or, that no decisions or nothing's going to be given out until those guidelines are developed, and that there's some type of either educational or brochure or something is provided to our people prior to that list, so that if people are eligible, they know that there's still a chance to apply for these houses. And then also the procedure or whatever is going to be used to select, that be part of that education prior to anything being selected.
Okay. Are the
Who's
selection
doing
be
the
justified?
selecting?
Meet the
Who's doing the
required
selecting?
guidelines.
I don't know who's doing the selecting. That's why I was
Yeah.
asking to make sure that could be done before.
Okay, second by Ray. Question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay, we're just gonna go down the list. We got economic development. 0 resolutions. Any motions from economic development? Education. We'll go back to that? Okay. Okay. Governmental affairs. For,
the, we need to reaffirm our, resolution.
under governmental affairs?
Yeah, for the, secretarial election.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay.
Forward without the,
Okay, we'll go back to that one too.
I'll go grab it.
Okay.
That's where they're gonna,
Health board.
what did she say?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Emily.
That they're going to try to.
I know Lisa's not here today, but I was just wondering if we could have a, I don't know if I need to make a motion or have some kind of action, but at governmental affairs, it was brought up about the compacting decision and if we still have the ability to put that on the vote for the summer. There was, a little bit of awkwardness in the room, some discussion. And what was determined at that time was that because there's already been 2 motions by council to have this be put on the ballot to move forward with that, the next steps would then be to making sure that is done properly. And according to our constitution, it says that in order to have a vote by the people on the ballot, we have to do that by council. And so I'd like to make that motion that we have the issue of the IHS compacting be added to this summer's election. And we do need 2/3 vote from council, and so that would be 14 of us here present today. And we do have resolutions from multiple communities about this, and we already have 2 motions about this, but we were told at committee that that still isn't enough to move forward, even though we made those motions, that we actually have to have the votes. And so I'd like to bring that to vote today again, to make sure that we are giving enough time to get this on the ballot if that's what the people want.
Second.
Second by Lila. Okay, we
Could I also ask for a roll call,
need,
please?
we probably need, yeah, let's do a roll call, but we probably need a clarification on what is 2/3, because we've been throwing that around for 14 to 15 to 16 and
2/3 is 13.33333, and you can't have .333 of a person. So in my opinion, it should round up to 14, but we can go ahead and get legal clarification on that. But can we still vote in the meantime or move forward?
It's 13. When we had that hearing, the attorneys figured it to be a 13 because it's not a 5 after the 3.
okay.
So it is 13 needed.
All right, well, there's a motion on the floor to put the compacting on the ballot
I thought so.
the next election, and was seconded by Lila. We need a 2/3 vote, which is 14,
13.
and she wants a roll call vote. Okay.
With clarification from legal on the 13 versus
Dara
14.
questioned it.
I have a question.
That's what we were told at governmental affairs, is that we only had 12 or something, and it needed to be that. Yeah.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question.
Before we vote?
Before we vote.
Yeah.
So with what Emily's saying, it's what she's told. I'd like to see actually the policy where it says that it has to have this first, because on some, like she said, the BIA came and told her that, right?
BIA was here for that discussion because we were also discussing the secretarial election stuff, so they had an expert here. And so in that discussion, we had to bring up the Constitution, and in there, I don't know if it was the actual Constitution or a bylaw, but it was in there, and there was 3 options to get that on there, and one of them was, this was our route to get it for council.
And then there's always that question, is it 2/3 of the full body or those present for an ordinance?
2/3 of the full body.
This one specifically said of council, 2/3 of council.
Okay, is there any more questions on it? Well, let's have a roll call vote then. Dara questioned.
Jordan Ron? Yes. Christopher Eaglebear?
Yeah.
Lisa Whitepipe? Calvin Wright?
Yes.
Stanley Woodenite?
Yes.
Michelle Hoffenberg? Yes. Michael Linderman? Yes. Fremont Fallis? Charles DeBrey?
Yes.
Bill Marshall?
Yes.
Wayne Fredericks?
No.
Emily Boyd Blandrock?
Huh?
Martha Lucander?
Yes.
Sherry Wright Plate? Sherry Wright Plate?
Oh, yes, here. What are we doing?
We're voting on to put that compacting on the ballot. Yes or no, roll call.
Sure, yes. Kathleen Woodenite?
Yes?
Lila Pilgrimsite?
Uh,
William Crowley?
Yes.
Dara Ike?
Yes.
Ben Blackbear?
Yes.
White Spotted Hill?
Yes.
Thank you.
17-1-0-0.
Motion carried. Okay, got one resolution from education. Did you get that, Jordan?
Yes.
Okay. Let's get that passed out.
This has gone to committee, but it doesn't have a number.
Yeah, I was waiting for them, because remember they were gonna amend something in it, and I didn't get it back. It'll be 77. $77. And it met the guidelines, so you can just pass it. It doesn't have to be emergency.
So what's the number on it?
77.
What is it?
77? So it already has a
I heard
number.
somebody say 79.
Okay. So all you need is a motion to approve,
Yeah.
Jordan.
Did go through committee.
Motion to approve 2024-77.
Need a second? Ray, go ahead, Jordan.
We'll start at the sixth whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has enacted RST ordinance number 8005, section 1 to establish Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Committee in order to develop and coordinate all education and education-related programs, and furthermore, in section 8, duties of the committee, E, to serve in an advisory capacity to the tribal council in the development of tribal education policies and legislation. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Committee recommends RST Tribal Council authorize and approve Wakainija Kipokiapchi School to utilize and occupy the Rosebud Elementary School building. Whereas Article 4, Section 1B of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Constitution states the tribal council shall develop plans and consider implications of the decisions they make on the next 7 generations. And whereas WTA Lakota Emerging School is located on the Rosebud Reservation, and Rosebud Sioux Tribe's resolution number 2022-132 recognizes WT School as a Rosebud Sioux Tribe community-based school. Whereas WT uses Lakota as a primary language for instruction and assessment to help sustain and grow our Lakota language for our Wakainija in the future, including the next 7 generations. Therefore, it be resolved the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council approves and adopts the recommendation of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Committee and authorizes and approves Wakainija Kipokiapchi School to utilize and occupy the Rosebud Elementary School building. And be it further resolved, the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized and directed to sign and execute the contract and supporting documents on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. That's it.
Go ahead.
So do they get the whole school? Because, our land offices wanted to be placed there too. They're in a pretty cramped building over there. Soilo's in a dilapidated one. And that's a big school, so is there an area that they could designate for Makocha as well? Because You know, years and years have gone by and there's infrastructure that's being developed for our land offices, and Amacocha is the resource that these kids are gonna stand on in 20 years. So, you know, I'm thinking, where is our land at involved in this? You know, we all have to go back to the land sometime, and we don't give it respect. And you know, I thought that there would at least be something, some sort of, you know, I thought that they would unshiva the land offices a little bit, but there's no compassion for our land, and it shows. So I don't know, I'm conflicted with this, and you know, I as much as, you know, I want the language to keep going. I also want them to be able to speak Lakota standing on Sichongo grounds, and TLE and Solo, that's who's gonna protect those lands. So, I don't know about this. Sorry if I offend any of you who have children there, but I'm standing on the land on this one.
And we have Jordan and Emily.
Yeah, so the discussion that day, thank you, Dara, was for them to occupy just a certain portion of it for the time being until they can grow into the school. So eventually, like, they could get half and then TLE or whoever could get the other half. But that was like kind of the goal, and I guess like I support it because right now if you go to their school, they go into a separate classroom and they get their lunch and they come back into their classrooms with their desks, and that's where they sit and they eat. There's no kitchen, there's, it's just really tiny. So I just figured in my mind, it's already a school and we wouldn't have to renovate it to turn it into more offices, but they are willing to split half of the building with them. And I mean, that's always an option, it's just
That would have been cool to be communicated, you know what I mean? Instead of a resolution just being brought on the floor and us to vote on it, you know? So I don't need to argue with you guys, I'm just saying, I'm asking a question.
We got Emily and then Chair. Go ahead, Emily.
Thank you. And thank you so much for bringing that up, Dara. I think that is a very important conversation to have, so I'm glad we're having the opportunity to have it. Just to kind of piggyback on what Jordan said, that was brought up at the discussion. We know that there was many people or many entities that were looking at this location. I think the game plan of my understanding going away from this is that if given to the school, they'll give a plan for right now what their needs are versus what they want to grow into. And based on that plan and the timeline, then we'd be able to determine what size and the school accommodates what need right now, what they're going to grow into, and then we'd be able to decide, can we, find other office space? And there was also the possibility of having those outlying trailers come along as a package deal. I don't know if that's been decided yet, but I know that the school district was open to having those discussions about it. So I definitely think there is either enough space there or even more buildings that could be utilized for others like that. But thank you for bringing that up.
Chair, go ahead.
Thank you. I support that the whole day goes to the school. We don't have very much for our kids, and we all honored those children here. And I feel like if our TLE office can pay 2 co-directors over $100,000, they can afford to budget for a building for themselves. They bring in revenue, and if we as a tribe want to include the land office with all of the, because we talk about duplication of services all the time. When our people need to get a land lease, they have to go 3 places to get it. They have to go to the BIA, they have to go to Solo, and they have to go to TLE. So housing all of them together, if TLE wants a new building, they should build one, and they have the resources to do it. I support our kids. We have a new building coming up, but that's a day school, and that's gonna be a limited amount of people who qualify for that. And then as far as this school goes, this is our language. And with it going to the school, it could just stay as is. They'll have to build up their capacity for transportation and all of that, but I just feel like we get all these things and we turn them into offices. We got 20 trailers and we're in we have homelessness as our top priority, but yet we turn those trailers into offices. We're doing all these things to accommodate offices constantly, so let's accommodate our kids.
Okay, we have Lila and then Dara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in support of this resolution. I feel that we need to make a commitment somewhere here to the education of our clients. And there are many immersion programs that were started here, and I don't know what happened, but they're not in existence. But the record here and how the children are prospering with this program, I know that it's going to continue to grow, and we don't need to fight about anything. It's really hard because we don't have a lot of office space. I know that TLE is really cramped. I sit on the board there, and they're looking into grants as well. But you know, priority-wise, and if you ask them, I'm sure they would say, give it to the kids. And the hard part about that is we have to, you know, think about what's more important. They're both important, you know. They're very important. There's a balance. So if we do things like this in a good way, help will come, you know, because that school has a gym, it has the kitchen, it has everything for them. And I think that, you know, we're really top heavy on things, but with this, we need to think about the kids. And I know there's a new school going up there, but I want to see this program grow. And I want to see our Wakaija come here and be Lakota, think Lakota, work Lakota, do everything in our Lakota way, because they're going to be sitting here. They're the ones who are going to be here. And, you know, it really makes me proud, you know, because I had a conversation with one of them. I was just like, it made me cry because I had a full conversation with one of them. And everything that they did, it was like I was talking to an old man, you know. So, yeah, and I was, not Leland, but, you know, it just touched my heart because the mannerism and everything. So, you know, I'm in support of this. Thank you.
I just wanted to, not once did I say I was against the children learning. I'm just saying that there should have been some good communication. That's all. I was asking for communication because this is just strung up on us. And, you know, I think asking for help for our land isn't conflicting with children because children have to live on the land as well. You know, I'm all down for our children learning Lakota language. I learned mine in my home, so I have nothing against this immersion school. All I wanted was, where was the communication for our land? Where's the respect for our land? That's all I asked for. So if I stepped on toes, sorry, I kind of waited a lot. So.
Kathy, go ahead.
I just have a question about, I mean, we're talking about spaces and these empty buildings and things like that. Out by adult corrections, the two buildings that have been sitting there for donut years now, what's the intention of them? Because they're just sitting there rotting, basically. I know that they got them from Pine Ridge or someplace back when we were on council, and they're still just sitting there vacated.
I guess that's a question for, I don't know if the superintendent knows anything about them, but I know they got a grant to bring them down here and renovate them, and it was quite a bit for the person that did it. I think it was kind of a sweet deal for somebody.
Yeah.
And they were never moved into. And pretty soon the roofs were blowing off again and things were happening to them. So they just never did occupy them. And so I think that the tribe should request them if they haven't already requested them and give them to somebody that can use them. So do you know anything about those, Superintendent?
I know that OJ, I think, do they belong to OJS?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're OGS buildings that they're trying to offer to the tribe. I know there's issues with them, and they're trying to, I don't know if the tribe wants them.
Okay. Chris, and then Wayne.
Yeah, I was saying. This whole other topic for all the conversation, can you just moving on? I'll call for the question.
Okay.
So that was an addresser. They've been given to the tribe, the buildings that you're talking about when you turn to adult corrections. They've been given to the tribe assigned them to alcohol and drug treatment. So Marcita is technically in control.
Okay.
And she said she had a plan to
renovate them. Chris, call for the question. take a vote. Tina, all in favor?
We're voting on the elementary?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1, 2.
Motion carried. Okay, we have education. Now we have to go back to governmental affairs. There's one resolution that needs to be, I didn't see it. I wasn't given anything. Not, then we need to go on.
Well, can we come back when you?
Sure,
go through
yeah,
this?
okay. The Land and Natural Committee, there's 4 resolutions. Are they down there, Tina? There's a packet? Okay.
Chairman?
Go ahead, Ann.
I was also just wondering if we could add one more on there. It's a motion that needs to be reaffirmed or acted on from.
On the Land and Natural?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Thank you. Wayne, do you want a copy of this? Or do
I got it.
you got it?
I have more than 4 in
How
my
many
packet.
copies of those Land and
You
Natural?
probably forgot to take them out last time that when they got passed.
Maybe there is, yeah. I thought.
I have
One
5.
needs to be reconsidered and rescinded, or one needs to be amended and then
Schedule
one.
71.
I have 5. I don't have that one that you were talking about though, Wayne.
72, 71.
That one that you asked me about, it's not in
I
my
just saw it in
packet.
the minutes and I was like, I saw it.
It's not in here, so that's probably the one you're missing.
71, 72, 69, 40, and
One has to be amended, the 4 has to be passed.
You too.
Okay, Wayne, where do you want to start at? You want to know if the number's on it already?
Yeah. Are they, I want to read them off, make sure they're correct.
Okay.
69, 70, 71, and 72.
Right, and then there's one on there that says that there's 2011 153 that needs to be amended.
Okay.
Okay,
And
let's
the amendment is
start
on
with-
it?
Yeah, the number's already on it, just need to be reconsidered and amended, so,
I know, but I didn't know what the amendment is on.
okay.
I think they're adding TLE, that's the only thing italicized that I can see.
Okay.
Okay, let's start
All right.
from
I'll start with the motion.
2011 153. Motion to reconsider and amend 2011 153.
No, the motion.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I don't think anybody has copies of this. This is something that we were asked to bring up today.
Okay.
Because it's time sensitive and we
And we
passed it
didn't-
through Land and Natural. Though.
Yeah, we should have already got to it.
Motion to refer, what's that?
We don't have it in the packet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Motion to refer allocating range unit 28 to Mrs. Jones, I'll give you the name later, to the tribal council for recommendation. Her father passed away and they are majority landowner and there's no fencing really within the range unit. So we would reallocate this to the daughter who is gonna, then we'll, for 1 year and then we're gonna work out how we're gonna reallocate the range unit again.
Okay. All right, we need a second.
So it's the motion to reallocate
Range
Range
unit
unit
28.
28 to Miss Jones.
Second by Dara. Any more questions? Mila, question? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? Motion carried.
Okay. Move to bring on resolution 2024-69.
Motion to approve. Need a second. Second by Sheriff. Go ahead, Wayne.
It is the prairie dog season. Bring it on.
You guys did made motion to approve, so.
Did we do the count?
Just
Okay.
presenting it for approval.
We're good to go?
Yeah, it has the numbers.
Fourth, whereas, the RST Department of Game Fish and Parks manages, administers, and controls all matters relating to the promulgation, conservation, management, distribution, transportation, storage, and taking of fish and game, and enforces the criminal and civil provisions of the RST Law and Order Code. Subject to the legislative oversight and supervision of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resources Committee, and whereas the RST Department of Game Fish and Parks recommends to the Land and Natural Resources Committee to approve the 2024 prairie dog season, number of licenses issued and fees associated for tribal members, affiliated tribal members, and non-tribal members. See attached memo, whereas the Land and Natural Resources Committee recommends a resolution to go on the tribal council for approval of the 2024 prairie dog season, number of licenses issued and corresponding fees. Therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the 24 prairie dog season.
Any discussion? Any questions? Great. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Move to bring on resolution 70.
Motion to approve, need a second? Myla, go ahead, wait.
Fifth, whereas the Tribal Council authorized Rosebud Rural Water System to negotiate comprehensive Indian self-determination and educational assistance, 638, Title I, non-construction agreement for the tribe to assume extraordinary maintenance, construction, and activities associated, bless you, with bipartisan infrastructure, law, aging, infrastructure projects. Whereas the tribe acting through the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Rural Water System to negotiate 630 non-construction agreement for the tribe to assume extraordinary maintenance, construction, and activities associated with bipartisan infrastructure, law, aging, infrastructure projects of the part of Mini-Wachoni project. And whereas Indian Self-Determination Educational Assistance Act of 75 as amended, 25 USC subsection 5301, Mini-Wachoni Act, PL 100-516 as amended, authorize the tribe to negotiate a non-construction self-determination contract with the Secretary of Interior through Bureau of Reclamation and bipartisan infrastructure, law, aging infrastructure projects for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe rural water supply to provide the continuous water needs of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and reservation. Whereas the Tribal Council authorized Rosebud Sioux Tribe rural water supply to negotiate the Indian Self-Determination Indian Assistance Act, PL 638, Title I, non-construction agreement with the tribe to assume extraordinary maintenance, construction, and associated with bipartisan infrastructure, law, aging, infrastructure projects on the Rosebud Sioux water supply system, as known as Mini-Wachoni project. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Tribal Council hereby authorize the tribe president to sign and execute Title I non-construction PL 93-638 agreement as negotiated to assume extraordinary maintenance in the construction and activities project bipartisan infrastructure, law, aging infrastructure projects with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe rural water supply. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Rural Water System shall be authorized to make technical and conforming authorization to the context of the contract as needed to put the contracts in final form. Certified cost assessment is included.
Any discussion? Any question? Stan? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
Okay. Bring on resolution 2024-71.
Second. Chair.
Go ahead.
This is to partition a tract, 2, 4, 5, 6, whereas the appraisal reports are completed on a 128-acre tract is appraised at $211,000 and 32-acre tract is appraised at $53,000. Whereas the tribe's 4/5 interest within the 32-acre tract is $42,400. And Janet, can I say her name? Yeah, for the record? And Janet Hawkes, 1/5 interest within the 128-acre tract is valued at $42,200. And whereas upon completion of the partition transaction, the tribe will own the remainder of the described as commencing as the quarter of section 22 and 27 fence southerly along the north and south center line of section 27, 550 foot to the point of beginning. Thence easterly and parallel with the line between section 22 and 27, 1,500 feet. Thence southerly and parallel with the north and south center line of section 27, 928.3 feet. Thence westerly parallel with the line between section 22 and 27, 1,500 feet to the intersection of the north and south center line of section 27, thence northerly along said line 929.3 feet to the point of beginning, section 27, township 39 north, range 26 west, 6th principal meridian of Todd County, South Dakota, containing 128 acres more or less. Whereas the tracts included in the partition shall be subject to all rights of ways with the egress and ingress, Janet Hawkes and the Rosebud Sioux tribe. Whereas the co-owner and consented to the partition, and as a co-owner is necessarily to obtain the consent of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resources Committee has reviewed and requested Janet Hawkes to petition her 1/5 interest, consisting of 32 acres more or less, of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe allotment 6354. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves that there's no objections to the request for Janet Hawkes to partition her 32 acres described as a parcel of land commencing in the quarter section corner of sections 22 and 75, then southerly, I read all this already. 128 acres more or less. It is further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves and authorizes that the tribal president and secretary to sign any necessary documents to consummate the transaction.
Okay, is there any discussion? Charles, your girlfriend's still sitting in the car.
She's trying to get out.
Told you, don't move.
It teased me really bad yesterday in that budget and finance. Is there any discussion on this? Not one, need a question. Ben, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion carried.
Resolution 2024-72.
The second. Jordan, go ahead.
Starting the 7th, whereas RST Law and Order Code Section 5-35-2, the Department of Natural Resources shall, from time to time, recommend to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council for the adoption, amendment, promulgation, and repeal of such regulations and ordinances consistent with the policy and objectives and intent of this chapter. Such regulations and ordinances shall, without limiting the powers herein conferred, include to fix seasons, shorten, extend, or close seasons on any species of wildlife in any specific locality or localities, or in the entire reservation, when it shall be found after investigation that such action is necessary to assure maintenance and adequate supply thereof, to regulate taking or effectuate proper game management and control. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Game Fish and Parks requests that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorize and approve the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Fall 2024 hunting season and licenses prices, Exhibit 1 attached. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Land and Natural Resources Committee recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve the proposed Rosebud Sioux Tribe Fall 2024 hunting seasons and license prices. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopt and approves the recommendation of RST Land and Natural Resources Committee and approves the proposed 2024 hunting season and license prices.
Discussion.
Attached.
Emily, go ahead.
I have a question, Wayne, maybe you could answer it. When we were discussing this at committee, there was a couple kind of, regulation type changes that they were wanting to put on this big list of prices and the schedule. And I asked that if it was gonna be a regulation change, that they add that language into the language of the resolution so that it's enforceable, like if somebody gets caught in violation of that, then they can cite the resolution. And I don't see any of those in there, so I'm just wondering, were they not making those changes to the scope or anything?
They put it on the license as 3 power.
So I asked specifically at council because I've worked there for over a decade and I know that if you want to enforce part of the law, you have to have a law to enforce. So you can't enforce, I don't know, I just wanted to question that. I didn't see it in that language in there.
You're talking about the harvesting.
The scope.
No, they were trying to change the regulation on what type of scopes are allowed.
Oh, okay. 3 times optics, I guess that's what they, for muzzle loader.
And so then there was discussion on whether it was going to be 3 to 9 power, or 3 power, and he didn't add it into the resolution. It looks like on what they wanted, but then in the schedule he's leaving it as 3 power.
No, he only printed one out that he gave to you because he didn't want to print a whole bunch out.
But then we didn't take action on
But
it.
it's not in this resolution.
No.
So as amended.
As amended.
Okay.
So what was the amendment?
3 to 9 power scope.
3 to 9?
Yeah.
Okay, is there any more discussion? Not, we need a question. Ray? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
You're adding CLE lines into that
1,
agreement.
2, 2.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. You have one more, Wayne, that's that one that needs to be amended, that has to add the travel land enterprise in it, that's,
My legs started hurting. That's
oh, okay, all right.
Move it, bring it on as emergency legislation.
It just needs to be reconsidered and amended.
Oh, yeah. It says amended.
Motion to reconsider and amend 2011-153, need a second? Charles? Yeah, I think the only amendment in there is tribal land enterprise, right?
Yeah, I was looking at so be it further resolved. Do I just have to read that?
Yeah,
There's a couple of them.
gotta read it into record.
Oh, yeah, fifth whereas. Okay, fifth whereas, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resources Committee has recommended to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe that Sioux Land Office and the Tribal Land Enterprise to amend the application for veterans and residential lease to include the provision for approval of landless, honorably men and women discharged and gold members of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and the land shall be assigned a non-leased home site and dedicated to the tribal veterans, never to be sold or leased out for personal gain, and therefore remain in a family under beneficiary next of kin of enrolled tribal members. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopts the recommendations of the RST Land and Natural Resources Committee, therefore, if be resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe recognizes and honors members of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe who have served in the armed forces in the United States, whom have honorably been discharged and enrolled widow or widowers of the tribal members killed while in active duty, and those enrolled members receiving Congressional Medal of Honor. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council amends the Sioux Land Office and adds Tribal Land Enterprise application for residential lease to include a provision for approval of landless, honorably discharged enrolled members of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. men and women who have served in all branches of the armed forces of the United States.
Discussion? Emily?
Thank you. I just have one small question. And has it already been worked out, like with the BIA or whoever entity, on how they'll be kind of monitored since it's going to be a non-leased home site?
I'm sure it has. It's been active since 2011. We're just putting that Tribal Land Enterprise in there, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if you know anything about it, Superintendent? Okay, all right. I'm sure there's some type of process to doing it, so.
Okay.
They should have that.
They just don't get
before we
charged.
approve it.
They just don't get charged.
But like, is it still?
Kathy, do you have your hand up too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. Okay, under that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I think only 2 have been executed.
Under the 6th whereas, where it talks about never to be sold or leased out for personal gain, that it would go to the beneficiary. How are you going to assure that the beneficiaries abide by that as well? That they don't make profit off it or sell it?
Well, I don't know about the land office. Well, yeah, they do on executive assignments. On executive assignments and TLE assignments, you have to sign a beneficiary form. And before it's ever turned over to an heir or a widow or whatever, they have to be brought up and educated on what that means. It says it on the forms.
So in the form it states that they can't sell it? Okay.
And it's only for their, like, if your lifetime, but then you have to label your beneficiaries, otherwise it will terminate. Because there has been people before, just with assignment, tried not to label a beneficiary, so then they basically told them, well, then you'll have to assign it if you don't do that. And so then they most all participated.
Okay, so then
Or
the
it's
next,
just that they all know.
the next question is going to be the beneficiary. What is the plan if that beneficiary dies before the vet?
You have to label 3. So if the number 1 is dead, it goes to number 2. If 2 dies, it goes to 3. And then when that beneficiary, whoever it is, that, like I said, they have to fill out a beneficiary form as well.
Okay. Yeah, just making sure because anyone that has had a relative that has passed away that has land, they may leave a will, they also may leave a beneficiary, but what happens at the end? A lot of times, family members that have squabbles amongst each other will fight over that. And so when we're doing something like this, we want to assure that there's going to be a clear understanding of who is inheriting it, what the guidelines are, what it is that's going to happen with this land if that vet dies or one of the other beneficiaries. You have to make sure that you're on top of that because you may leave a will and you may tell your kids this is what I want, but from my own experience that doesn't happen that way. I've had people that come and say, oh, my so-and-so died and now these family members are fighting over, and we've had some of those issues brought here and to TLE, and I won't mention what, but you know what I'm talking about. So we have to make sure that if we're going to do something like this, that we are covering that. And then the part where it has home site under this provision shall not exceed 10 acres. So if you're going to, whatever that acreage is, you need to make sure, I feel like you need to make sure you're not giving too much of that land to them because they have to maintain that land. They've got to fence that land. A lot of times, sometimes they don't have the funding and the resources to do that. So we shouldn't be so generous as to go all the way to 10 acres unless they have a business plan. In the past, it did come up about veterans. We actually had one here that came and presented to us. But part of that requirement was that they have a plan if it's going to be beyond so many acres. Like they would do it as the amount of land that's given for a home assignment. If they wanted beyond that 2.5 acres that's allocated for a home assignment, then they had to have a type like a business plan or something to expand into a full 10 acres. You know, our land is getting ate up more and more all the time, and pretty soon we're going to be a city and we're all going to join. So I think it's good that we honor our vets this way, but we also have to protect them too. So those are things I think that TLE should discuss.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Emily?
Thank you.
I have a question regarding, I guess, I know it says non-leased home site, but is this the only kind of document that we have for policy regarding these? And I guess I'm asking that because if it's a non-leased home site lease, in my mind, it makes more sense to leave it as some type of lease, like either a home site lease or business site lease or whatever, and just waive the fees, because then at least we have a policy that they can be held to. If we're not gonna be holding them to any kind of policy, then I really feel strongly that we need to create one. I think this has been an issue since, I don't know, for decades, because when I first started in 2007, this was being talked about then. And so I think if there's a way that we can not only allow it, but better monitor it and manage it, I think that would help for all of it. And so, getting back to some of the land use stuff, what is the land use available for these? Can they do anything? Can they move more houses on there? Can they have animals on there? Can they have a business on there? Can they, and I'm asking because, like, for example, with a business site lease, there's some different protocol that has to be followed. There's some environmental steps that have to be followed. There's some business planning that has to be followed. And so if we're going to be waiving all that, then I think we need to say that, but then we also need to allow what land use is available to them.
The land office has all that. It's
Yeah, that's what I'm
included in
saying,
there.
maybe we need to have her bring it up. Yeah.
But there's several ordinances. You have ordinances for home site business leases, and then you have the land use titles 18 and 19, and we all know, or I know they're conflicting.
No for this.
So, but what I'm saying is it's mentioned in both of them, and they're conflicting, so which one are we following when you're mentioning the
The one
policy?
with the minutes.
And what, is that a home site, business site lease, is that in the ordinance?
We have
Is
to
that-
have Paula bring the ordinance down that they developed for this.
Can we sit?
Well, I guess I'd like to see those things before we.
Any more discussion? Need a question? Stan? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
2.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Okay, we have, that's it for land and natural.
Can we go back to?
Yeah, let's go back to the governmental affairs. Got a
Motion to reconsider and amend, and reaffirm 22-298.
Here, reconsider,
Amending it, one,
reconsider, amend, and
reaffirm.
all, that's all you need to do is, because basically if you're saying you're approving it with the amendment, so, okay. So we need a second. Micah?
thank you. Do I need to read it in, or can you?
Yeah.
have to if it has a change.
Yeah.
I guess I'm looking here to see, it might not be an amendment.
We already discussed this earlier and.
This one's specific to the secretary.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I'm looking at this and there's no amendments that actually need to be made here, Mr. Chair, in Tanja. However,
So
when
this,
we originally submitted, we submitted with a letter requesting a waiver. And the waiver was to request to utilize our polling places opposed to utilizing the secretarial election ballot. However, they came back with several different conflicting things and let us know that this election, because we're under the Secretary of Interior, that this election is a federal election and not a tribal election. And in order to move forward to get the secretarial election done, the committee discussed possibly just moving forward without the request for waivers and just getting the election rolling to see if the people want to remove the Secretary of Interior. So what we originally did was, when the council passed this in '22, we pushed it forward requesting 20 polling places. The Bureau didn't have the money or the staff to be able to do that. And it conflicted with their Bureau rules within the federal guidelines that they have to abide by. So if we come back and do it the way that they did it back in the day, where we just have the Bureau go and do the secretarial election, we're gonna create a committee there'll be an election committee, at least 2, so we can have more than 2 members that the council appoints will sit on that election board. It's a special election board, and people from the bureau will sit on it. That board will get everything ready for the election. They'll get get people registered. We talked about them communicating with the enrollment office to make sure that we have everybody's updated addresses so we can get this going. The other holdup that was on it, if you look at the back page, it doesn't, you don't see it on this actually, but in the email, in my email, see how the uppercut meets is, there was a strike through the name. It wasn't a strike through, it was doubled.
So
It's like somebody.
Sheriff Secretary said that it would be a motion just to reaffirm because there's not really any amendment changes. It's just reaffirming that we're going to move it forward again.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to reaffirm without the waiver request.
Okay, all right, that sounds right.
Okay.
Need a second? Chris?
Mike seconded that.
Oh,
Question.
Okay. Need question, Chris? All in favor?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Emily.
I just wanted to make a quick statement, just because I know that this is a really big decision, and it was looked at, it was actually done by petition resolution, and so both times it's really been rushed. And I just want to point out that at our discussion, we did talk about how this could be good for the tribe moving forward in this way, but we also discussed about how it couldn't be if we don't update our own policies, or if we don't have policies in place, and we didn't do either of those. And so I would just strongly urge that we think about what we're doing right now, and making sure that everybody understands the ramifications of what you're voting on.
In this case here, it has to be done by petition.
It was done at a
Then it comes back to the council for approval, and then all of them have to vote again for it.
We signed it that day. So for the new council, this was brought forth by the Governmental Affairs Board, or committee. It was passed at a council meeting with 16 present, and the secretary's office came around and took the signatures. And this wasn't a requirement of us, it was a requirement of the BIA. Because as is, under the Secretary of Interior, we basically have to abide by the Secretary of Interior's rules when it comes to our Constitution, which is why we're having to go back and rescind our request for our own polling places and do special waivers.
Dara, did you have a comment, question?
Yeah, I do. I'm with Emily over there with the ramifications that will come. Yeah, it sounds like a good deal, but let's be real. We barely get money, and we're putting ourselves in a spot where we ain't gonna get any more after that. If there's no plans that are already in place, then how do you propose to make them that quickly? You know, I'm against this. I'm not for it.
Do you understand what it means?
We
Does
do.
everybody understand what it means?
I understand that.
What are the
that's 20 are taking it
ramifications?
upon ourselves. I understand that us 20 are taking it upon ourselves to make decisions for our whole nation. Yes, we are entrusted with that, but our nation isn't speaking. They don't have an option to speak up on this, and this is something that, just like the IHS should go to each community.
That's what this is for.
Well, then let's take it.
That's what this is doing. So I guess I'll just explain briefly what this is. The Secretary of Interior is in our Constitution, and any changes made to the Constitution have to be made in Article 9 by the Secretary of Interior. There's 2 ways that the people can do it. The people could do it by petition. 30% of the people, and then they bring it here to us, and then the council passes it at 3/4. And once that happens, then a secretarial election happens to make any amendment to our Constitution. Or the council itself can do a 2/3 of the entire council vote to make any changes to the Constitution. However, currently with the Secretary of Interior in the Constitution, any changes have to go to a secretarial election. The BIA pays for the secretarial election, and they control the election. If we take out the Secretary of Interior, then that means this council has control to make amendments to our own Constitution, which is actually sovereignty. So I just want to make that clear, that's what the intent behind this is, because those of you who've read the Constitution are well aware that we have 2 Section 6s in our Constitution that contradict each other. We have other issues in the Constitution, names or ages that contradict each other. So in an effort to make changes to our Constitution seamlessly, if we do this, how we're putting other things on the ballot, we'll be able to do that, and so will the people. The people will be empowered to utilize the referendum vote in the Constitution and say, we want to put something on the ballot to change for the Constitution, and we'll be able to do that in the future. The only ramification of taking away the Secretary of Interior is that they will not pay for a constitutional amendment change after they're removed. But how many have we had in the past 20 years? One?
Yeah, one.
Yeah.
2007 was last one, so. Got Emily, Kathy, and Lila.
Thank you, and thank you so much for that, Sherry. I think it's really important for not only us here, but everybody listening to understand that. And I just wanted to add a little bit for the clarification as far as like, this isn't our election that we're talking about this summer. This is not that. What we're talking about is having a secretarial election, and so the only way to do it is by mail ballot. And so the way that it was trying to be done before is we wanted to get out of that system, but it appears that we are stuck in it until we get this approved, and then we can go back and make changes once we get to that point, if we get to that point. So again, I just want to point out that this isn't the same election that we go to and vote for our officers and our reps and everything. This would be a separate one that's going to be by the BIA, and that you would have to come get registered separately. You'd have to do it all by mail. So I mean, there are some hindrances already in just those 2 scenes that would limit who can vote within our own people. And so the discussion that was had at the committee level was that we need a plan, we need it to be funded, and we need to have community outreach and education. And so moving back a little bit, it's not like we're held into this summer, like we don't have to have this all done by the summer unless we wanted to. And so I just want to point out that it can be done, maybe it should be done, but I just want to make sure that we're doing it not rushed, and that we are making sure everybody's involved in this process, educated on the process before we get to the point of having that vote and making that decision.
Kathy?
She answered part of my question, but my other concern, and it's just a concern, is that one thing that it hinders us is that when we put something upon this body to be in charge of like this, every time there's a new election, opinions change. And so once you take it from one and put it in the other, when we take control of it, every time we all leave, things that we're either for or against are going to change with each election. So how do you have continuity when it comes to us? How do you set it in stone when it comes to us making those decisions? So that would be my concern with this, is that where it sits now, that can't happen. But when it comes here, it will happen, where every election, depending on who's coming in and who's going out, that opinion may change. I just wanted to state that.
Lila?
My chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with, we need to remove the attorney, the AG here.
Secretary.
Secretary, yeah, Interior. But I have issues with when we don't tell and explain to our people, it makes things harder. And I think, because something happened last time with that secretarial election with the blood quantum, people didn't really understand that. And it really is affecting us today. So, it's a good thing. I understand it, but we have to tell our people. Because when they go out there and say we have a secretary election again or something, if they don't understand it, something really dangerous could happen. And, you know, that's just my qualm is the communication part for us to take things back to our people. I have a community meeting tonight, I can ask them, but it's very important because, you know, we don't sit here forever. And, you know, looking back, you know, it's good to change things, but we have to be careful. We need to ask our people because they put us here. They're the ones who are gonna do the voting. So if we can kind of explain this to them or send something out that, you know, hey, we're gonna change this. You know, what do you guys think? How do you feel about this? You know, communication with our membership is so important. It's so important. And, you know, by raising my hand, you know, I'm affecting, what, 33,000, maybe 40,000 people. So, you know, I gotta think about that. And how, right now, you know, we don't do a good job at communicating with our membership. So, that's just my point here is I want our people to know what we're doing. Thank you.
Sure.
And there's $50,000 allocated for education and information. So, it's not it's allocated from the BIA to the tribe, but we are yet to set a budget for it. So once this is reaffirmed, then we can do that.
Okay, is there any more comments, questions? Not, let's vote. We need a question.
I thought Chris already called for the question.
Oh, did
We
it?
just need a
Question.
vote.
All right, here we go. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3, 3.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried, right?
1.
One. Motion carried. Okay, we need to go back to our resolutions. We have Social Service Committee. We have one. Who's the chair of the Social Service Committee? Or who's on the Social Service Committee that can present?
Do they have some? I'm not on there, but if
One resolution.
I can read it. Or are you on there? Or you want me to do it? I'm on it. I can do it. Okay.
Okay.
I'd like to bring on 2024 68.
Need a second? Jordan, go ahead.
Fourth, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is authorized to appropriate for public purposes of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe available tribal council funds pursuant to Article 4, Section 1G of the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget Finance Committee is established pursuant to RST Ordinance Number 80-07 as amended in 1995, and whereas RST Ordinance Number 94-25 establishes a procurement policy and procedures for use by the department and entities of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas RST Commodity Food Distribution Program has recommended the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopt and approve the proposed food distribution program, FDP, software agreement with Signal Partners Incorporated, P.O. Box 2547, Wiley, Texas, 75098, to provide access to FDP software as a service together with any applicable documentation. Programming and user interface is hosted in the cloud by Signal or its designee, including implementation services, technical support, maintenance, training, backup, and recovery for a term of 1 year for the amount of $88,527.50 on a sole source basis. And whereas nothing in the agreement is intended to, nor shall it be construed to waive the sovereign rights of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, its officers, employees, or agents. The agreement shall be performed within the applicable guidelines, resolutions, and ordinances of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, if any, In the absence of applicable guidelines, resolutions, and ordinances, this agreement shall be governed by the law of the state of Texas. And whereas the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA Food and Nutrition Services, FNS, has determined that there is a sufficient justification under federal regulations governing procurement to allow Indian tribal organizations to procure a license for signal non-competitively using food distribution programs on Indian reservations, FDPIR administrative funds. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget Finance Committee recommends the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve and authorize the food distribution program, FDP software agreement with Signal Partners Incorporated. Now therefore be it resolved, the Tribal Council hereby approves selection of the proposed agreement with Signal Partners Incorporated for a term of 1 year in the amount of $88,527.50 on a sole source basis. And be it also resolved that the President Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his designee are authorized and directed to execute any and all related documents to sign and execute the agreement on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Okay, is there any questions or comments? Secretary said we have to take out the whereas where it said it's approved by Budget and Finance, because I don't think it went there.
Okay.
I think it went just to Social Service Committee. There's those questions, we need a question. Chris, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Thank you, Tom.
Carried. We have Task Commission that has one emergency legislation. Does anybody sit on a Task Commission?
I do. Sitting right there.
Sit on the bottom down?
Yeah. But it was time sensitive. I know, Eric, it's in our email, Eric did a response to that, but I don't know if y'all knows. Maybe we need to ask. Yeah, I think, I don't, do you have your?
What's the number? 78?
Do they have a board?
Share the number, 78. Motion to bring on as emergency.
Do they?
Motion for emergency legislation.
Second by Jordan. Question by Ben. All in favor?
She said they just follow committee.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
Motion to approve 2478. Oh, is it 78?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Need a second? Jordan, go ahead.
Third whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Tax Commission is in need of legal representation in matters arising from the enforcement of its tax code. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Tax Commission is also in need with assistance in reviewing proposed amendments to Title 11 and implementing a tribal tax on cannabis sales. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Tax Commission has received a proposal from Peoples Kidder LLP for legal representation now, therefore be it resolved that the special attorney contract between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Revenue Department and Peoples Kidder LLP is approved. And it's attached. Stop.
Yep. Go ahead, Micah.
And then, so with the next resolution being brought up to bring Peoples Kidder on as the AG, this
I bet it would be.
fall under,
Maybe we can just,
could they help with
they
it?
just do it without hiring them for this, yeah. We can probably assign them to it.
That was
They're
my
still gonna,
question, is if you
they
have-
shouldn't have two separate contracts. That was
Yeah, 'cause
strict.
then it'd be in
Yeah.
conflict, I would say.
Is that what you was gonna say, Michelle?
If they're the lawyer for the tax commission?
Yeah, they're also brought them up to do work for AG's office.
Yeah.
They're not physically here, but they're gonna be doing AG duties.
Yeah.
So this should fall under those duties, right?
They could fall underneath the duties.
It's all about
They
cannabis.
would just have to have a different attorney because the AG is managing and policy development, but they cannot enter into a lawsuit or anything for us. It would have to be a separate contractor service.
So does
So just like this.
she just table it indefinitely, or how do we do that?
I could withdraw it,
Okay, just withdraw your
just
motion
in
to
case we
approve.
need to bring it back if,
Okay.
if there's some conflict.
All right, withdraw your motion to approve.
I'll withdraw.
Okay. We'll save it for a later date unless we find otherwise that we need to do it.
Can we do the Peoples and Kidder one now? If it's
Yeah,
ready?
who has it?
Does it have a start date?
I don't know. I haven't even seen it yet. Oh, this last one here?
Is it ready to be
Sorry, guys.
Wait.
This is Attorney General.
Yeah. Okay, we need somebody to bring it on as emergency legislation. Micah, number is 79. Need a second. Wayne, question by Bill. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve resolution 2024-79.
Need a second for Jordan. Go ahead.
Fourth, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has the authority to employ legal counsel for the protection and advancement of the rights of the tribe and its members pursuant to Article 4, Section 1B of the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is authorized to appropriate for public purposes and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe available tribal council funds pursuant to Article 4, Section 1G of the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget Finance Committee is established pursuant to RST Ordinance number 8807 as amended in 1995, and whereas the law firm Peoples, Kidder, Bergen, and Robinson LLP has proposed to provide outside special counsel legal services to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Attorney General's Office. Hereinafter, RST AG provide comprehensive strategic guidance and execute priorities identified by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, including but not limited to counsel and advice to the tribe on law and order, public safety, drafting rules and regulations, representing the tribe in public law 9368 contracts with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and whereas the proposed fee schedule is as follows: all hourly rates, partners $975 to $450 per hour, associates $250 to $350 per hour, law clerks and paralegals $150 to $175 per hour. And whereas the term of this agreement shall commence on the being specified and continue unless otherwise terminated in accordance with the terms thereof upon completion of the work or until date is whichever occurs first. This agreement may be renewed or extended if approved by the client. The agreement is governed by the laws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court shall have exclusive jurisdiction of any disputes regarding the agreement, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance Committee recommends the approval of the agreement with Peoples, Kidder, Bergen, and Robinson LLP, and now therefore be resolved that the Tribal Council hereby approves the recommendation of RST Budget and Finance Committee and approves the legal services agreement with Peoples, Kidder, Bergen, and Robinson LLP, attorney or firm, to provide legal services to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Attorney General's office, and be it also resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his designee are authorized and directed to execute any and all related documents to sign and execute the agreement on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Okay, discussion?
Question.
Question by Sheriff. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, we have,
79.
It's not 78?
no, we withdrew 77?
78.
Is it 78?
Yeah, this is 79.
Oh, this is 79, it's 79.
Okay, even though I withdrew?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
because you already presented it in the resolution.
Okay.
In case it
Okay,
has to be brought
let's
back.
get back on the resolution. Michelle?
When do we determine the needs on this?
I guess,
After you contact them,
yeah. I don't know what the right time of the year to be doing contracts. I guess it's, if we have budgeted money for it, then I guess we can do it anytime, but still got a budget for a Attorney General's office, or do we use it for?
Our attorney general, and sometime we need to modify that budget for all that. I'm not sure how much support staff we can need, but whatever staff is over there, that needs to stay, everybody else will need to contract. I'm not sure what's going to do that, but
Okay. Should we do that now, or can we do that?
someone should look at the budget.
the budget and finance, that's what Lisa brought up to change reallocate the money from the Attorney General.
So, yeah, is that done already?
Yeah, the Attorney General, what do they call it, we pay him?
Salary?
Salary, and that'll just be reallocated to pay for this contract, that's how it goes out.
But that's been done now?
That's what Lisa said.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. I'm city.
Then it needs to come here for approval.
Emily, did you make a motion to do that?
No, I just had a question following up some of that discussion. I was trying to briefly look through there, I probably should have asked before, but do we have a cap on like a monthly amount for what's billable? And who is in charge of, working with them and giving them tasks and following up on tasks and making sure that what we're asking them is getting done?
I'm not sure who that person is. If you guys got
Tribal
things,
council.
yeah, tribal council, if they have stuff that they need to work on, or you guys make motions, it goes over there.
There should be a specific,
They
specified.
basically have oversight over the prosecutor's office. They have the background investigators that they have oversight over.
So are we giving them the full scope of work, or are we deciding what part of that scope we're
That was one of
contracting
the
to them?
questions I had when they proposed this whole thing. Is I can't see how somebody can do the job effectively if they're not physically here.
They are physically here.
Where are they?
That's not what, that's
On the-
how
in the
they
contract,
proposed
They
it.
will be physically here.
Okay.
Just not one of the partners.
Okay.
Where are they gonna be located at then?
Attorney General's office. And then everything the Attorney General ever does is either allocated by the chairman or allocated by tribal council for work or scope they do. Now, the other thing is that they had questions on, and that would have to be an in-house deal, only after they actually get to look at our structure, is how they would actually manage the prosecutor's office. That's the only thing they have questions.
I think we probably need to bring them in. I think I need to have a meeting with them, see how they're gonna organize that, how that they're going to be able to run that office without, and,
They oversee ICWA too.
what's that?
Remember the Attorney General, ICWA is under them as.
Yep. Yeah. Kathy, go ahead.
With what Wayne is saying and with Emily's questions, can we have them come here for us to meet them? It'd be good for us to actually know the people we're employing to do these tasks for us and for this legal representation. You know, it was like hard because in the past we had people that we did this with. Then we'd get these big bills and then for what Wayne said, yeah, I understand they're gonna be here, but it would be good for us as a body that are approving such things with big dollar amounts to meet them at least. It's really hard. To me, it's like we went to this one corporation in DC that was going to be doing lobbying for us, and they didn't know one thing about this reservation personally other than what they got off the internet. And I know this isn't the same, but I'm just using this as an example why it's good to actually meet who we're paying. They knew nothing of our culture. They knew nothing of our resolutions, our bylaws, our constitution, anything. So when we're bringing somebody new in like this, it's just as a courtesy, it would be good for this body to meet who it is that we are going to be employing.
So what day do you guys want to meet them? Next council meeting, or when do you guys want to meet them? April meeting? Okay. We'll bring them to council on that day. Michelle?
Can we ask them to come forward with some kind of plan as to how they're gonna manage the office too? Because I know the backgrounds are being held up because that person is managing the units and it's one of their added duties, so.
Okay.
Just want to see what.
All right, well, as soon as I get time, I will call, who's the main person, Rebecca? And we'll discuss that. Emily?
Just to kind of follow up with Michelle's comment, like I think it would be great if we also had a plan, because I think in the contract it says that their job is to execute our priorities, and we need to have those priorities also.
Right. Okay. All right, is there any more questions on that?
So do you think we should have a special meeting, just to specifically
I can set
address
one
it?
up, but it's not gonna be next week.
Yeah, in April?
Yeah, April.
Okay.
First part of April, is that fine?
Sure.
Okay, not on April 1st though.
Nope.
Okay, we'll do that and we'll get them started. Transportation Committee, nothing. TLE, did we have anything from TLE?
M does.
What?
You have a TLE one, don't you?
Oh, yeah, they were supposed to bring copies over. Do you know if they brought them over? She said, or Cleve said that he gave them the secretary's office already.
I gave them the copies, but they didn't indicate as emergency legislation, and it had the date of the 1st. So that doesn't meet the guidelines to be on this agenda, because they didn't indicate emergency. So I stuck it in our folder for next month.
Okay. All right, let's go back up the list on top again. We're done with all the resolutions as far as I know. Kathy, then Lila.
Before, I have to leave, but before I leave, I've been trying to bring this up for several meetings now, waiting for us to get to the BIA. And so, since I have to leave, I want to bring it up now before I leave, in case it goes into an extensive conversation or debate. I would like to make a motion to have the superintendent of BIA, because I understand that the protocol is we as a body or you as a president can request this, because I did my research on it. I would like to request that we do a 638 review of our law enforcement services, our adult corrections, JDC, and our court system. There has not been one done since 2019. And so, especially when we're starting to talk about all this other stuff with law enforcement, at this point, before we even move forward with a lot of topics of discussion, we need to have that 638 review done. And I've been trying to bring it up for probably 3 months. Every time we're going to talk about it, then other discussions are going on. So I'm taking the opportunity for, at this moment, to make this motion that we as tribal council request that the superintendent set up or do his letter, whatever you need to do, for us to have a review. I asked him to send us a review. He sent it to you, and we hadn't gotten it from the last review from 2019. I asked at one of our council meetings for him to get that to us.
I don't think you have access to that stuff. I think you have to call District 1, isn't it, or OJ?
No, I got it from,
OJS?
determination, email.
Well, you did? Okay,
Yeah.
well, that's my fault then.
Yeah. So I did some research with some past superintendent BIA officials, and that was the process. Either we as a body can request it, or you can request it. So I feel like we as a body should.
You're just requesting the report from 2019, and you're
No.
making a motion to, your old request was to request the 2019 report.
I did that like a couple months ago.
Well, I'll find it and I'll give it to you guys.
But
okay?
today, I'm requesting that we, as the tribal council, have the superintendent set up the 638 review of law enforcement services, adult correctional facility, JDC, and our courts, because one has not been done since 2019. So it is far overdue.
Can we just do all of them?
Yeah,
All
that's
of
what
the
I mean, all of them.
638s? Like
Well,
forest,
right now, my focus is on law enforcement because of everything that's going on. I don't want to extend it out too far. We can do that too, but for right now, I would like to have law enforcement, like the ones I just mentioned. I think that we really need that because the last time we did it, there were deficiencies. And if we've gone this long, there's possibly deficiencies again. And that covers everything from A to Z within the programs.
Hey, Tara, do you?
Yeah, I think
She
that's
needs,
a good idea.
she needs a second before.
Oh, I second it.
Okay, go ahead.
I think that's an excellent idea, and, you know, I have a huge issue with law enforcement in my community, and last Friday night is the worst that it's gotten. And I have pictures of the Washita cop just sitting there waiting, and then we had a tribal cop off duty just cruising by back and forth while a lot has happened. So I'm wondering if we can go with that, and then if I can make a motion to, also after her, to ask the superintendent if we can get some technical support after this, or kind of piggyback on the review of the 638. We might need to modify that because in it, we don't have a chief of police, and we're the only tribe in the United States that doesn't have a chief of police. And I was given a quote that everyone and their dead dog knows that. And so that's why we kind of have no confidence in our law enforcement at the moment. And they all do a super hard job, but they're tasked with, or, you know, no one's there to help them. So if we could ask the superintendent, maybe they could detail in a chief and lieutenant to help us, to get us in the right track, because, you know, they're not gonna be related to anybody, so there's not gonna be any nepotism right there. You know, when BIA used to be here when I was a teenager, nobody messed around, you know, you're gonna go to jail for it. And right now, our law and order codes, they're iffy, and they protect criminals, it seems. So, you know, we need help. Our law enforcement is in dire straits right now. And so, the 638 review would be great. And if so, you know, we need to modify that 638 contract because we do need that office of our OJS to come in and offer that support to us because we're in crucial times. And the longer that we don't take steps on it, the crazier things are gonna get. So thank you, Kathy.
So for now, this is my motion and Darrell can make that as a separate motion.
Okay, she seconds your motion, so, we had, somebody have Jordan and then we have Lila over there.
I guess I was just, can you include GFP with this one? Because they're a law enforcement service.
Include who?
GFP, Game Fish and Parks.
Sure.
I'll call for the question.
Lila had a comment first. Okay.
Thank you, Council Chairman. I wanted to add on to this that we have to really process our way of thinking because these reviews benefit the tribe and it's gonna benefit what we're asking for with that funding. You know, we panic thinking, oh gee, somebody did something wrong. No, That review is a tool for us to look at and it gives us power and weight to go after what we need. They are severely underfunded. They are severely understaffed. I mean, all of that is there. We all know that. But they're limited now. And if we don't do these reviews, you know, we already saved this police department twice. And we have to be proactive. We have to be proactive and look at what we're gonna do. And I'm really thankful that everybody here supports that, because I worry. There was on TV in Minnesota, there was 2 officers killed for delivering a court paper to a domestic situation. You know, those things really stick out in my head and they bother me. So we need to have more officers. And all of this, it's not doing anything to anybody, it's making it better. We have to think like that. And if we don't have these tools to go by, we're stuck. And then that's when everyone out there, like the governor, they want to think for us. You know, we want sovereignty, we need to be sovereign and act sovereign, which means this is what we want. And yeah, review, there's always discrepancies, there's always disparities, you know, but let's take that and let's look at it and see, hey, well, this is what we're gonna do for our police department. I want it to grow and I want it to be good, but we have to help them, and that's the way to do it. And just looking at it, reviewing it, and it'll give more power with what we're trying to do and asking for more funding, and they owe it to us. Last night I watched that, and Dusty Johnson was really passionate about doing something for us, and I'm thankful, you know. Thune, he didn't sound so enthusiastic or something, but I know he's heard it a lot, but they're willing to do something. So this is our time to look at those things as a challenge. If we don't have a challenge, then you know, it's gonna stay like this. So those are just my opinions. Thank you.
Okay.
Well,
We have Jordan, question, right? Okay. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
thank you, council. If you're still going and I get back, I'll be back.
We have, I think we have all the resolutions done. We go back on the top, we can tackle any communities issues or resolutions, and we go back to motions, or if not, we can recess till tomorrow, and we'll have the BIA report tomorrow.
Sure.
Yeah, what, one motion? Okay. We got Emily, Lila, and Michael, yours first, go ahead.
I want to make a motion to reallocate the Attorney General's salary line item and any carryover from last year into the contractual line item.
Okay, need a second? Jordan, question by Sheriff. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. So are you ready to recess till tomorrow?
I just have a question.
We'll have to start off with reports tomorrow again. Emily and then Lila.
Actually, one of them I'll ask after, it doesn't have to be in front of everybody, but the second one is, do you have an update of what happened after the email that we got regarding the TRO?
Oh.
I know we got an email on it, but I didn't know, like, was it accepted, you know, I didn't know, so I'm hoping it.
Let's go off the air if we're gonna.
Is that okay, guys? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. I just have a comment too.
Yeah.
With this People's Kidder contract, if you guys look between now and when they come, if you look in their contract, it states several
personnel, so I recommend that we go into executive session to discuss. I also brought Eric in to give you a update. You guys want to update before we go into executive session, or do it during executive session?
Eric?
Eric, yeah.
He's here.
During?
That's what he said.
I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Oh, I'll move. For the
Kane,
people.
second, Sheriff. Question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Can you please